Welcome everyone to day 2 of TRW. Let's go ahead and call roll.
Mr. Chairman, this is for the Joint Travel Committee for June 6th. Senator Boner, Senator Hicks, Senator Jones, Senator Schuler, Representative Campbell,
Here.
Representative Connolly, Representative Harshman,
Excused.
Representative Jarvis,
Here.
Representative Provenza,
Here.
Representative Storer,
Excused.
Representative Thayer,
Present.
Representative Worf,
Here.
Co-Chairman Landon,
Here.
Chairman Byron.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, anything for the good of the order before we get going this morning? We could certainly thank some folks for yesterday.
I feel bad that I don't have a microphone, but
You can have mine.
thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just wanted to take a moment to thank our director and all of the Game and Fish staff yesterday for the afternoon of a lot of learning and understanding. We got to visit some Game and Fish properties, and it was really informative. And so, Director, thank you for all of that effort, and please make sure that all of your colleagues know how much we appreciated it. I also wanted to thank Mr. Betts and his family and the Absaroka Ranch last night. It was just such a wonderful reception up there. So the committee got the full gamut yesterday, Mr. Chairman. We went Game and Fish issues. We stopped and looked at the petroglyphs, state parks issues, and then we finished up in the hospitality industry with one of our great dude ranches in Wyoming. And what a day. So take it away, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, that was a special day. All right, let's get going. If we want to start with agency updates from Wyoming Game and Fish. Director.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee members, Angie Bruce, the Director of Wyoming Game and Fish. Today, I have several staff members who will be helping me. First of all, Justin Benfit, he's the Deputy Chief of Wildlife. He'll be mostly focused on the mule deer conversation today. Chief Osterlin, the Chief of Fisheries, giving you an update on the advisory work from the Outfitters and Guides Advisory Board. And then Chief of Wildlife and Law Enforcement is Dan Smith. So we'll be here to talk you through the topics this morning. But thanks, Chairman Landon, for the compliment yesterday. It was definitely our pleasure. And I'm really glad that you guys got the opportunity to see a little bit of what I get to see every day, which is extremely talented staff sharing their passion for the department's mission and wildlife, and they do it very well. Last night, I had the opportunity to talk to several of the volunteers that come in to help with the education. And one of them at my table was a teacher from Wheatland who volunteers her time to help teach. And then another lady actually is a nurse practitioner who comes all the way from North Carolina to spend the camp with us to make sure folks' medical needs are met. So just incredible amount of volunteers that make all that work as well. I also want to introduce today some commissioners who have joined us from the Game and Fish Commission. This year in March, we had 2 new commissioners, one Bill Mai out of Laramie and a second one out of Moorcraft, Fonzie Carlisle. Fonzie is here today with us, as well as Commissioner Ken Roberts out of Kemmerer, as well as Commissioner John Masterson out of Casper. So we're glad to have them here. I wanted to briefly talk about the governor's second annual Sports Person Conservation Forum. You guys talked about it yesterday. Thank you to the 2 chairs that were able to join us, as well as Senator Hicks. And this was the second annual event that we were able to host free in this facility, which worked out extremely well. And really the goal of that governor's forum is to continue to engage our sports person community and to activate them, to encourage them to speak up and have a voice for their constituents in this state. We had 4 panels that focused on 4 different subjects that day. The first one was keeping working lands working, really talking with the ag community, how we do that in this state to keep those long-term ranches on the landscape that we know benefit wildlife. We also talked about sports people driving the decision-making. Very interesting panel with legislators, past commissioners on there. Outdoor recreation and conservation. We heard a little bit about that in testimony yesterday about the overlap in effects of wildlife with the growing recreation in the state. So that was a valuable panel. And then we ended the day talking about habitat and really focusing on the efforts across the state with invasive species. But as I talked to the governor, he's already committed to a third year. So we're looking at having that again next May or June, and probably looking at moving that somewhere else in the state. So we're definitely open to ideas, but being 2 years in Du Bois, we're probably looking at something more in the east that we can draw in and expand. We had about 150 people there this year, but really looking to bringing in other stakeholders into the wildlife conversation, such as businesses, outfitters, taxidermists, and how do we get them into the conversation as well? So I'm welcome to ideas, and please encourage you guys to talk to me more about that. I did want to mention, our work with our federal agencies as we're into this new administration and as we continue to wait for some leadership to be getting put in place. We hope to see Brian Nesvik nominated, his nomination go through the Senate any day now. But we do have a lot of folks in place that we can continue and start to work on things. So I just wanted you guys to know that we are continuing the grizzly bear discussion and what that looks like, both within the Fish and Wildlife Service Administration, but at a congressional level as well. And that's progress. You will probably see something more this fall publicly on where that is at. Secondly, we're actively working with our governor's office and the other states on finishing up the BLM sage grouse amendment. Getting extremely close to that. And I believe we will get to a place that is completely in line with Wyoming's sage grouse strategy, which was our goal from the beginning. So that's very encouraging, and hopefully we'll be tying that up in the next few months. And then before turning it over to Alan to talk about fishing and outfitters and guides, I wanted to give you a little bit of background on an issue that the commission has been actively working on for over 3 years now. Definitely a sensitive issue, and it's regarding landowner license and who gets landowner license. And so just giving you a little bit of background, there is a lot of people very interested in this topic. And so I'm sure you're hearing from a lot of your constituents as well as we are. So in this state where we have limited license, it is the conversation is really around who gets those license. We have a limited number of big game license in certain areas. And the task force, the Wildlife Task Force, took this conversation up over their 18 months. And the issue really lies in there's some hunt areas in the state that 100% of the license allocated are going to landowners, and that the general sports person doesn't have an opportunity to draw one of those license. So this is the issue that the task force took on. It's not easily solvable because if it was, they would have. And they made some recommendations to the commission of how to proceed and how to look at this. Last November, at the November commission meeting, the commissioners decided to put out a proposal to the public. Here's what we propose as changes. And if you go back and watch that November commission meeting, you will understand that the commission just really wanted feedback. This is a very tough issue. Changes will affect landowners, and they know that. So they're asking for the public to review these and let them know how it affects them. So we're in that public comment process right now. The commission will be discussing it at their July meeting in Casper and hearing from the public then. We just wrapped up a series of regional public meetings on the topic. We had lots of engagement at those public meetings, lots of concerns from landowners. They're really focused on how to define who gets those licenses. One of the items that came out of the task force was to consider a landowner cap. The number of, so if you have a hunt area, maybe it's 30%, maybe it's 40, maybe it's 60, but a certain percentage that would be capped for landowner tags, therefore allowing the general sports people to be able to capture some of them. That landowner cap requirement is not within the jurisdictional authority of the commission. That would take legislative action to put a cap on. What is in the commission's authority is the definition or how you define a landowner who would receive the license. So that's the space that they have chosen to propose changes in. They proposed 4 changes. One of them has to do with the acreage requirement. So they currently are proposing 640 acres for ranch land in order to get licensed. And if it's cultivated, it's still at 160. It's currently at 160. They're also proposing a 20% minimum amount ownership to be qualified as a landowner. The next one is just a definition change of immediate family member to also include stepchildren in that definition. So definitely a sensitive subject. Encourage your constituents to either attend or watch virtually, and they can comment virtually as well at the commission meeting, and or to send in written comments.
Representative Campbell.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the interruption. I apologize. Did they also discuss use days and adjusting
Yeah,
that?
excuse me. Thank you for that clarification, Representative, Mr. Chairman. The one other thing is they currently have to have 2,000 animal use days to qualify. And the proposal from the commission is to change that to 3,000 animal use days. So those are the 4 things. Thank you, Representative. So I just wanted to touch on that because I know there's a lot of conversation happening. Again, this is a proposal. They want to hear from the public. There's a lot of ideas floating around, and whenever there's a good item out there, it seems like we get a lot of folks together and a lot of other ideas come out of that. And I think that's maybe where this will go. So again, encourage your folks to be involved.
Thank you, Director. And for the body and for this committee, can you let us know that next commission meeting is next month?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. July 15th in Casper at the Ramkota.
Perfect. Thank you, Director.
And we'll be dedicating that whole first day to the conversation.
Great to know.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the update.
Great. Any other questions? Otherwise, I will turn it over to Chief Osterland to talk fishing outfitters and guides.
Yeah, Senator Hicks, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, I had the pleasure, along with Representative Campbell, to serve on the Wildlife Task Force a number of years ago. We did a pretty extensive deep dive into this subject, and my recollection, without having to go back and review that document, and I chaired that subcommittee on landowner licenses and this stuff. But we didn't come up with my recollection is any specific recommendations, and took extensive public comment. So I'm just wondering, having gone through that process, anything from transferable licenses, and we looked at the AUMs and the acreages and all that stuff. So having gone through 18 months that we worked on that stuff and didn't come up with any specific recommendations, again, it was my recollection. What's driving this now with the department to take this up again, because the department played an absolutely instrumental role in that. Your predecessor sit on that committee, and so I'm just curious as to where's the pressure coming from that now we have to get back in, and within 2 years of completing that work, now the department's back taking a look at this. So I guess the question is why, and if why is where's the pressure coming to do this? Now, when we looked at that, and just because it's a big issue and it's very controversial.
Director Bruce?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Hicks for that question. I would say that the commission isn't taking it up again. I would say that the conversation never stopped. So it really went from the 18 months of the task force and rolled right into the commission. The commission's actively been talking about it ever since and has had several conversations at their commission meeting. They're just now at the point that it's going out for public comment formally. And I believe the task force, and please, anybody here, correct me if I'm wrong, they did recommend us looking at a landowner cap and a 10% landowner ownership requirement were the two proposals coming from the task force. Yeah, but I would say that the commission is just very concerned, the winter of 2022, 2023, that where we saw a big impact to our big game and therefore we cut our license back a lot, made this more obvious of a problem that we experienced and then may experience even more into the future. When we have limited license like we have for the last few years, it's elevated the concern.
Thank you, Director. All right, any other questions? Representative Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I imagine we'll get significant amount of public comment on this. But as far as numbers, does the department happen to know the amount of smaller landowners? So if we did see that increase to 640 acres, the number of smaller landowners that then would be excluded from that?
Director Bruce?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman, Representative. We do have some estimates. I don't know if we have them right off the top of our head here today. I'm looking at Dan to see if he can help me out, but otherwise we can give you some estimates. We put a lot of that data together for the task force, showing what different acreage amounts and percentage that would be affected. Some of the conversation was around 320. And then the commission decided to put it out a proposal for 640. So obviously a lot more landowners affected by the 640 rather than the 320. But we do have some numbers that we can get you.
Thank you, Director Bruce. Representative Wharf?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned that some of these hunt areas, 100% of the licenses are claimed by landowner tags. Can you tell me how many and what species those are for?
Chief Smith or Director Bruce?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Wharf, I know there were some antelope areas in the southwest part of the state that on the non-resident side, 100% of the licenses were going to non-resident landowners. But to give you a specific number across the state, I would have to dig into that a little more.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the only reason I asked that question is I think it's important to understand we're talking about very few. It's not like we have a whole bunch of these units that are totally being consumed by landowner tags, because there are maybe one or two in the state. And I think it's important for the committee to understand that. Thank you. I would like to see that information though, if I could, please, Director Smith, Chief Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Wharf. Chief Smith, yeah, please.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Wharf, that is correct. It is a low number of areas that 100% are going to landowners, but I will get you that number.
Thank you. Committee, any other questions? All right, let's volley it over to Mr. Osterlin. Welcome. Tell us about all the fun things guide related.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, good morning. As Director Bruce mentioned, I'm Alan Osterlin, Chief of Fisheries. And as you well know, Wyoming Statute 23.3206C gave the department the authority to regulate commercial fishing outfitters and guides. The legislation has 4 parts to it, so I'll go through each part of the legislation and give you an update on that. Then I'll stop afterwards, after each section, in case there's any questions. The first thing that we had to address to meet the obligations of the legislation was putting together an advisory board. The legislation directs us to the commission to appoint 7 members to an advisory board. Each member has to be direct. One member is nominated by the commission and from the district that he's in. And we did that. We had an application process back in March, and we had 104 applicants. All of them were residents except for 2. So we compiled that, forwarded it on to the commissioners, and the commissioners made their nominations, and those were made effective at the April commission meeting. So I think we've got a really good advisory board right now. We have a pretty good balance. We have 3 commercial operators that are current commercial operators. We have 1 that has been, and he's also got NGO connections, and then 3 other ones are just avid anglers. We had our first meeting on May 1st. We had a really good meeting with them. Like I said, I think we've got a really good board. So the 3 commercial operators are out of our most impacted areas. We have 1 out of Casper, 1 out of Pinedale, and then 1 out of Thermopolis. So any questions on the advisory board? And the next advisory board meeting is June 12th. And as I get into the next section, I'll talk about what happened at the first meeting and what's going to happen at the next meeting.
Continue.
So the second part of the legislation is it directs us to put together a registration process for boats, for watercraft. If any commercial operator is using any waters in the state, they have to have a will have to have a registration on their watercraft in order to commercially operate in the state. And that includes any rivers and lakes or reservoirs. And that has to be done and implemented by January 1st. So that May 1st meeting, immediately after the legislation was signed by the governor, we started working through our regulation process and working on a draft, which is Chapter 71 and commission regulations. And so we immediately started putting the draft together. And then we went to the advisory board on May 1st with the direction that we needed to come out of that meeting with their recommendations for that draft regulation. The process to get that through to meet that January 1st deadline, we'd have to have that regulation to the governor's office by that May 28th. And we had to run it through our AG representative before that. So we had a pretty condensed timeline. So we spent that whole meeting pretty much talking about the Chapter 71, and we also gave the committee members some background information on what happened previously over the years with legislation and different drafts, gave them an overview of the fisheries in the state, and then we dove deep into the regulation. And when they were done that day, we had the recommendations, which we implemented into the Chapter 71, and then sent it to our AG rep, and right now it's sitting in the governor's office waiting for approval. Once that regulation gets out of the governor's office, then we'll go into the public comment and presentation phase. We're planning on 8 meetings around the state to go over the regulations with the public, and then they'll have an opportunity to comment. And then once that's done, we'll take it to the commission and at the September commission meeting. So those meetings that we're going to be having around the state, there's going to be one in Casper, one in Thermopolis, one in Cody, one in Pinedale, one in Thane, one in Laramie, one in Jackson, and one in Saratoga. So we tried to cover a lot of the areas in the state, but primarily these areas that have high commercial use. So there will be a comment period for the public, both online and if they want to attend some meetings on that as well. And then the third part of it, of the statute, that we had to meet that goalpost is by November 1st. The advisory board needs to give an update to TRW, the committee, on what their thoughts are as far as do they recommend a creation of a new board, say a fishing outfitters and guides board. Do they recommend it be nested under the big game board, or what their thoughts are? So that's what the June 12th meeting is going to be. We've been gathering information from other states, and I've been forwarding it out to them via email for their consumption. And then on the June 12th meeting, we'll sit down and we'll give them a presentation on how it operates in other states, what they're doing, and what I've heard as far as what works good. We do have a couple of those commercial operators that have experience on the advisory board working in other states, so that'll be really beneficial as well. So that'll be the purpose of the June 12th meeting. We haven't set another meeting date yet. We'll see how June 12th meeting goes and how much we're able to accomplish then. And we're hoping to, we will have, by the end of August, probably, we'll send, the advisory board will give, start giving recommendations to commission so that we can have it formally to them at our September meeting as well, on their recommendations as far as where they think the board should live. And then
Representative Campbell, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if we'll cover this or we'll get there, but just so it's clear in my head. Once the process is established for permitting, then I assume that will then trigger some of that data collection in terms of how many boats and what times and what days and what does the over use look like? Yes?
Mr. Osterlin.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, thank you for that. I skipped over that. And the regulation components is, so there will be a reporting process. So each operator, in order to meet the regulation requirements, will have to report the number of trips. It'll be equal. It doesn't matter if it's an outfitter or a guide. If you have your watercraft registered to operate in the state, you're going to have to provide a report. The regulation is pretty simple, 2.5 pages. You know, we developed, or in the process of developing a sticker, one that'll go on the boat, one that'll go on the trailer. It'll have a year designation. We're working through that process now so that we can get that implemented. So when January 1st hits, or before then, even hopefully, they can start to make their applications. And so that's how we'll generate our numbers, which is going to be a key part to this last component of the legislation. One thing I will mention as well, a big part of that regulation, of course, there's a cost. And so I looked at other states, how much they are charging. It's a little bit different model that we have when we're talking registration of watercraft, but essentially it's the same as a licensing board. And I looked at how much it was going to cost to be licensed in another state to operate. And then I looked at our big game outfitter board and what they charge for an annual renewal. They have a first time application cost, but I thought it would be reasonable to base that number on the annual renewal for a big game outfitter. So it'd be an even playing field, and that cost will be $600 for that first boat. Some operators, they have multiple boats. So we tried to address that. That was the board's recommendation. So that first boat will cost $600. The second boat will be $100. The third boat will be $100, and the fourth boat will be $100, for a total of 5. And once they hit that 5 number, then it goes and starts over again at $600, $100, $100, $100. And that's so that we weren't being too onerous on small operators that have have multiple boats. Some of the larger operators, they're on a contract basis where the guide has their own boat. So that was what we came up with a regulation. There will be a loss provision in there. If the sticker comes off, we have a replacement clause in there. We tried to cover everything we could think of. If the boat sells, that registration does not go with the watercraft. However, that the operator does not have to register again. We'll just give them a different registration number for him to operate on. They can operate for 30 days without having the sticker to allow for us to get the processing done. They'll have the initial paperwork that they'll be able to operate on in case they are contacted by law enforcement on the water.
Thank you. Any other questions of the committee? I think Representative Campbell, we're still in the data collection phase, so I don't think that we're going to go quite, it doesn't seem to me from observing, we're going to go quite to that level, but I think that was a big part of the push over the last 3 years is just trying to gather the data of how many and where and that concept. So please continue.
Mr. Chair, so the last part of it is that the department may regulate watercraft usage, commercial watercraft usage on any stretch of water or regulate in any other manner. We're not addressing that right now. We're trying to meet the 2 goalposts that we have for this year. And then once we generate some of the numbers, as the chairman mentioned, that'll give us some starting point. And there's going to be a lot more data collection that we're going to have to do in order to, if we decide to regulate and go through that process on any particular day and any stretch of water. It will take IT implementation and process like that. But as I mentioned before, we've got some baseline information on that. But so that process, I'm not foreseeing happening until starting out until 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Ursuline. Committee, Senator Hicks, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that issue of getting to the point where you're going to contemplate, we've got to do the registration and the decal now, but it still is nebulous to me as how you're going to make a determination as to how many days they're using a specific stream reach and where they're unloading, and all of that seems like it would be pretty rigorous data collection before you could even attempt to start determining what is the saturated recreational use for drift boats on this section. And so that seems like a giant undertaking to get to the point where you're actually going to start regulating. But any ideas, what the number of metrics and how you're going to go about collecting all that information? There's all kinds of anecdotal stuff out there. We hear that when we pass this legislation, that it's just overwhelmed and crowded. But that's anecdotal data, and we know that exists. But how are you going to go through? With the advisory committee and the department, it seems to me like there's going to be a substantial period of time for this data collection. But any ideas on, at this point in time, early in the process, where do you think how far out are we to the point that we would actually start, or the department would start to contemplate regulating the amount of use on these streams? Any internal discussions on that?
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, yeah, those are some very good points there. And yeah, we've contemplated that a lot. And we've talked about it a lot. Like I mentioned, how we collect the data, the baseline data is we put out cameras and so we can monitor amount of use statewide on some of these more popular areas. And so we have that baseline information, number one. Number two, how to come up with those areas. You know, I foresee looking at probably the most congested area would be on the North Platte. There outside of Casper, where uses keeps on ticking up. It's pretty much a non-resident fishery now. That would be probably the first place we'd look at it. But we have talked a lot and considered a lot, okay, if we put it there and we have a daily use of restrictions, 20 boats, what's it going to do to those people that don't have that draw? They're going to go to other areas. So ultimately, it would have to be, in my mind, a statewide process on some of these high impacted areas in order to meet the demand of what people are thinking is a crowding issue. And to your point, what are those numbers? I don't know. You know, it's going to take a lot of time, and I know that talking with folks up in Montana, it did take a lot of time. It's taken a lot of years for them to dial that in, but we're going to have a starting point. And you know, it is going to be a huge process because you're going to be limiting, and there's only going to be so many winners, and so many people are going to be out, and they're not going to be able to generate the revenue that they need. So we're going to have, again, in my mind, some pretty solid numbers and that we're basing that information on. But I think that baseline information in the future is going to be very critical, whether we hold on to this program or not. If it's a separate board, that information is going to be pretty critical for them to use to generate those numbers. And lastly, I'll say is, you know, we do have states like Idaho and Montana that we can generate some information and don't have to reinvent the wheel. But I don't foresee, and I get asked this all the time, are you guys going to implement something right away? The answer is no. I think we need to do it slowly and do it properly. And, you know, if we start out next year, 2026, on gathering information, I think it would be really optimistic to think that we're going to implement anything in 2027.
Thank you, Mr. Oson. And I'd just like to clear up that the data will be collected. So they will have to do a reporting the end of each month, the end of each year. It's very common to in neighboring states and places in Wyoming that you report your trips. So the data will be, in my opinion, more factual than the attempts through the game cameras that they have been using, which have certainly got us some good numbers. But I think this will be more precise data, which will be really important just to generally wrap our head around the subject. So was there one more down here? Senator Schuler, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Chief Osterling, for all the information on the legislation. That update is helpful. I just had a question on the registration fees. Wondered how you came up with those numbers. Did you look at the states around us? Are we in the ballpark? Are we close? Is that kind of how you came up with those? Just some more information on that.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Schuler. Yeah, so I did look at Montana and Idaho and how much they charge. And as I mentioned, it's a little different scenario because it's a licensing board and they have an outfitter license cost, and then they have a guide license cost, and there's a one-time application cost, and then there's a annual renewal. I'll use, for example, Montana. I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $1,500 first time, and then it drops down to $150 annual. So I came up with the 600 based on what it's currently costing to big game operate in the state of Wyoming. And we had a lot of discussion with the advisory board on, you know, if we're going to generate numbers, why don't we just make it $50? But I really appreciate the bringers of the bill giving us the latitude to set this cost. Because as an administrator, one thing I don't want to have happen is for the program to cost the department money to administer. And we're just getting into the first phase of this. If it does cost the department money to administer, we're going to have to give up money somewhere else. And it could be for the management of the species, the fisheries that these folks are making their money off of. So that's how I came up with that number. And we are at the fledgling stages of this, but it's only going to build and the costs are only going to build.
Okay, committee, any other questions? Representative Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know this would be a speculation question, but even, and I also realize and appreciate that it's before the public comment period, right? So the fees aren't set, but even based on your recommendation, you anticipate this being more of a wash for the department taking on these additional requirements? So I'm guessing just what the total budget hit is going to look like to Game and Fish, and if you're going to be sitting okay or not.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, thank you for the question. That's one thing I tried to anticipate. We have a general anecdotal number of what we think we're dealing with as far as outfitters and guides, the number of watercraft in the state. And based on that $600 draft amount, I think initially, yeah, we'll be fine. But what I'm trying to project is the future and make sure that we're whole in the future as well. And I think that potentially that 600 will do that. And yes, it is just a draft, so we will take public comment on that. But the advisory board certainly felt that that was a fair number based on what it costs, what they're bringing in from one trip that they're running on the river, which is comparable.
Thank you, Mr. Ocean. Thank you, Representative Campbell. And I think that where he was going with that is, these trips are a single day now is costing in the realm of $700 and $900. And the committee does remember there was a great little bill for a non-resident fishing fee increase, but that didn't get anywhere. So anyway, anything else, Mr. Ocean?
No, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for that update. That's great. Director Bruce.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and if I could just circle back, and I see Senator Hicks maybe stepped away, but his question on once we get to the regulation part and how to determine that, that's where we're going to really need the help of the stakeholders, because as you guys know, this conversation was really wrapped around the quality of experience and less biological. So that is a really hard thing to gauge. And so we're going to need the citizens of Wyoming to help us understand what quality experience that they want in order for us to gauge that. So it will be hard to get right.
Thank you, Director Bruce. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick comment to end the discussion for this morning, but last summer, we went up to that state to the north and happened to recreationally float the Madison. I was blown away, folks, at how many people were on that river. It just really hit home and launched the discussion down here in our state. That particular stretch of water, my understanding is that they have blocked that. There aren't any fishing guides allowed on that stretch of river. And do I have that right? I'm looking at the chief. That sort of made sense to me that if you're going to float in an inner tube, you got to do it on this particular stretch of water, and then you block it off to, for the sportsmen later on downriver. Does that make sense?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, yeah, it does. I mean, Montana has taken a lot of years to evaluate this and go through the process. There's days when there is no commercial operation, and there's days where it's just recreational angling. I'm not familiar with the Madison, how they operate up there, and but yes, it's heavily regulated. Maybe the chairman has some knowledge of that.
Yeah, I do have knowledge that they do on other stretches that there are days that non-residents are not allowed to fish there. So I mean, Montana, as Mr. Osterlin has mentioned, has been spending years on this and has a much more complex, I would view it as a complex statewide overarching program, but it has taken a long time and a lot of input. But I would say to Director Bruce's point, we have really good folks on this advisory board. So that's the beginning of that stakeholder conversation. And it's great that we got 3 operators from 3 of the busiest areas. And to Senator Hicks' question, all you have to do is, and we did this as a committee, all you have to do is drive out to Thermopolis to the Wedding of the Waters, last week, and you can count 100 trailers. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist. And also specifically in your neck of the woods, Mr. Chairman, on the reef, when we visited and we were hosted on the reef 2 years ago, I mean, they were talking about, hundreds of boats lined up in the morning to go fishing. So I think it's important. And I think it's having stakeholders involved is going to be critical as we move forward. But I really appreciate all the work. This has been a huge ask. If anyone was remembered when I started throwing this out there, and I didn't think I'd make it out of the room once we were asking folks to do this, and no one wanted to raise their hand, and it's been a heck of a process, and I really applaud the Game and Fish. And from there, Director Bruce, do we want to jump into mule deer?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if I could pause and correct myself, I did this before and I told myself I wouldn't do it again, but recognizing my new commissioner, Fonzie Haskell, Carlisle is his formal first name. So I'm going to make him stand up again. Thank you. And I apologize, sir. But yes, moving on to mule deer. We've talked about it some in this committee over the session about what the population of mule deer is doing in our state, but also across the West. It's not unique to Wyoming. If we had a magic bullet, we would have used it. We would have had this figured out. But I asked the Deputy Chief of Wildlife, Justin Benefit, to walk you through the current state of the mule deer population in the state, and then talk about those stressors that are influencing that population to paint the full picture for you guys. And then we'll talk about at the end of the presentation about where we go from here. So Justin, I'll turn it over to you.
Mr. Benpet, please take over and talk to us about some mule deer.
Well, good morning, Co-Chairman Landon, members of the committee. My name's, and Chairman Byron coming back. My name is Justin Benford. I'm the Deputy Chief of Wildlife with Wyoming Game and Fish Department. So I have a lot of information to throw at you today. I'm going to go through it fairly quickly. Again, as always, feel free to interrupt me with any questions, but just to kind of set up how this presentation is going to go. Next slide, please. We'll just talk through a brief introduction, a little bit of the basics of mule deer ecology, which is, I think, very important to understand why mule deer concerns are the way they are. Current status of mule deer, the factors affecting mule deer, as Director Bruce talked about. Then some of our efforts, both within the department and as funded by the commission with population monitoring and research, and then some management and conservation efforts. Next slide. So some of the basics on mule deer ecology is, as pretty much anyone in this room knows, mule deer are found literally in every corner of the state, whether it's the Black Hills, the Thunder Basin National Grasslands, Goshen Rim, some of the cultivated lands in southeast Wyoming, the Red Desert, all the way to this beautiful mountain country in western Wyoming. And everywhere in between, we have mule deer, and they occupy a variety of ecosystems, and their needs differ locally depending on the herd. But one thing that is uniform across mule deer is just the habitat requirements that they need. Mule deer generally rely on mixed mountain shrub communities. So when you hear me refer to mountain shrublands, I'm talking about sagebrush in a lot of places, but also things like mountain mahogany or sumac, or depending on your knowledge of Wyoming shrubs. That's first and foremost. Mule deer also occupy sagebrush grasslands, woody drainages, certainly in parts of the state are really, really important, wet meadows, and then aspen communities. Next slide. So in general, there are 3 main components that mule deer really require in order to survive and persist on the landscape. And that's quality habitat, Mule deer have a very specialized diet, which we'll get into here in a minute. Mule deer need to put on fat reserves to survive Wyoming's winters. We all know how fun our winters can be. They can certainly take a toll on our wildlife in the right year. And they also need connectivity between their seasonal habitats. Next slide. So the mule deer diet is highly specialized. Unlike some of our other species, like that are on the landscape, whether it's cattle or elk or whitetails or horses, mule deer really rely specifically on certain food sources. These shrubs and that I just mentioned in parts of the year, forbs and some of the grass communities are really important. And when I say forbs, I mean flowering plants. And mule deer have very specific types of bacteria in their gut to aid in the digestion of these foods. And the reason why that's important is mule deer just can't readily adapt to dietary changes in a quick manner. So whether it's translocating mule deer, moving them from one habitat to another, or any changes that happen abruptly to the food sources they rely on, mule deer just don't adapt very well. Next slide. So body fat reserves are critically important for mule deer. Mule deer need to put on body fat. We say carrying the groceries on their back to get them through the winter. And in order to do that, they need to rely on high quality foods and habitats. But reproductive success with respect to mule deer is really dependent upon body condition. So this really can set the stage for mule deer through the entire year. So if we have a good wet spring, and let's focus on adult females for a second. Adult females are the most important part of the mule deer herd in terms of they're the reproductive segment of that mule deer herd. So when they enter a winter in good shape, they have a much higher likelihood of surviving that winter. But then also coming out of that winter, they tend to give birth to fawns with much higher birth weights. And that can impact the ability of those fawns to survive the rest of their life and certainly get them through that first critical period, the first few months of life, that first summer into the fall. That really sets the stage for consecutive years of mule deer population trend. Now, conversely, when we have a really poor productive year in terms of precipitation and forage production, a drought year, mule deer enter the winter in relatively poor shape. They have a much higher likelihood, depending on winter severity, of not surviving that winter. And if they do, they tend to give birth to fawns that are born in lower birth weights, and we see much lower over summer survival of those fawns following a dry year. So, next slide. So in order for mule deer to meet their annual life requirements, they occupy different seasonal ranges is the term we use. So we have multiple kinds of seasonal ranges in Wyoming, but for the purposes of today, we'll kind of focus on just a couple. So we have spring, summer, and fall ranges. Maintaining these ranges in good shape, good habitat quality and condition is really important because that's when these mule deer are putting the fat on their backs to get them through the winter, and also for these adult females to meet the energetic demands of lactation, so nursing their fawns through the summer. Maintaining transitional ranges is also really key. And so when I say transitional range, I mean the ranges that mule deer occupy between summer and winter ranges. And then in Wyoming, one of the most critical habitats that we have are our winter ranges. So we have a variety of winter range complexes throughout the state, depending on the herd and where you're at. The department defines two basic types of winter range. We have a winter range and we have a crucial winter range designation. The winter range basically refers to any part of the state or within a given mule deer herd that receives an influx of mule deer during the winter. And then we have crucial winter range, which not every herd or every part of the state has crucial winter ranges defined. So for example, if we look at some of Senator Boner's country, like north of Douglas, we don't have crucial winter ranges defined there because mule deer have a variety of habitats that they can occupy. But when we get to a lot of the parts of the state where mule deer are coming down from higher elevations, mountain ranges, areas that experience deeper snow, that's where we identify crucial winter ranges. And a lot of this is comprised of mountain foothill communities, some of the basins, a place like, say, Star Valley, the Upper Green River Basin, those sorts of things. Those are crucial winter ranges. And it's our assessment, and has been for decades, that we need to maintain the functionality of these crucial winter ranges in order for a population to persist at the levels we would like to manage them for. And when I say we, I mean also the public, we'd like to manage for over the long term. Next slide. So given all the seasonal ranges that mule deer and our big game herds occupy, it's really, really imperative that we also maintain connectivity. We need these animals to be able to move from summer to fall to winter ranges, back through the spring, back to summer ranges unimpeded, relatively speaking. It's really, really paramount. And so mule deer occupy different seasonal movement strategies depending on the herd and where in the state you're at. There's really a spectrum of migration. It's important to note that not every mule deer herd is migratory. We certainly have the really well-known and famous migratory mule deer herds, especially in western Wyoming. Many of all of you have probably heard of the Red Desert to Hoback herd, where mule deer migrate in excess of 150 miles from some of that Upper Green River, Wyoming Range, Grovant Mountain Country, clear almost down to Rock Springs and Superior down in the southern Red Desert. But many of our mule deer in the eastern part of the state occupy just year-round landscapes. Some of that extreme southeast Wyoming, they may go back and forth between some break country and some agricultural, fields and things like that. And then we have the gradient in between. Think of mountain ranges like the Bighorn Mountains or the Laramie Range, where many mule deer were summer up in higher elevations, but they will move down during the winter just to lower elevations, but they're not really discrete or defined migration corridors. Next slide. So now for, unfortunately, the slightly depressing part of this presentation, we're going to talk about the mule deer status in Wyoming. As Director Bruce just pointed out, mule deer have declined in Wyoming considerably, but these declines are not just specific to Wyoming. They're occurring throughout the West, throughout Western North America, really. Next slide. So many folks in this room, many of our constituents, I guess the older generations recognize that mule deer numbers have declined considerably, especially since compared to the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. It's important to note that mule deer numbers that many folks observed back then were likely higher than they probably ever were before Europeans set foot on this continent. They were certainly unsustainably high over the long period of time. And if they were sustainable, we wouldn't be in the situation that we're in today. So why is that? So when Europeans expanded and settled the West, there were some changes to things like fire suppression, resulted in a release of shrub communities, things like that were beneficial for mule deer. And then really we, as a society, handled predators very differently back then. There was really, really extensive predator control and or predator extirpation in a lot of areas in the West through decades of intensive trapping, poisoning, things like that. And what that did is that resulted in mule deer numbers that were able to grow beyond what the term we use is carrying capacity, but beyond what the landscape could support for a sustainable period of time. Next slide. Nevertheless, mule deer populations have declined for various reasons. And this decline is something that if you ever wear a red shirt or work for the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, you recognize instantly that probably the number one issue facing our constituents, at least on the wildlife side of things, are declining mule deer. The department is rife with challenges, whether it's elk and feed grounds or too many elk or predator management, you name it. But without a doubt, declining mule deer numbers are a concern for basically every stakeholder or constituent group we deal with, whether it's landowners, outfitters, hunters, wildlife enthusiasts, you name it. So the concern is there, and really that's why we're here today. So more proximal to recent years, mule deer declines have continued to occur, and they've been especially notable over the past 25 years. About the turn of the century is when this long, slow, gradual decline really began in essence. We've seen our statewide mule deer numbers decline by almost half over the past 25 years. Our current estimate of 231,000 mule deer statewide is far, far lower than what we realized at some of the peaks, especially like in the early 90s when we were over 500,000 mule deer. Next slide. So why is that? Well, fawn survival has not been what mule deer populations have needed to sustain these herds over the long term. We have a general number that is generally accepted of what you need in terms of how many fawns for every 100 does you need for a mule deer population to either sustain itself. Below that threshold, mule deer populations generally decline, and above that threshold, mule deer populations generally increase. Well, we've been below that threshold in 18 of the past 25 years on a statewide basis. It is important to note that despite these mule deer declines, and there's less deer on the landscape, we still have pretty strong buck ratios. And that's important for folks to consider, because one of the questions we constantly get faced with is how can the department continue to have hunting seasons? And in many parts of the state, general license hunting seasons, meaning licenses are unlimited in nature. They're available to any resident over the counter. How can the department continue to have these hunting seasons when we have a resource that's in decline? Well, we have really strong buck ratios despite lower mule deer numbers, and those buck ratios can sustain that hunting opportunity that we're now providing, albeit a much more conservative hunting opportunity, but they can sustain those over the long term. But it's important to note that harvest has dropped. We are now harvesting, hunters statewide are now harvesting just a third of the deer that they were 25 years ago. Next slide. So what are the factors affecting mule deer? Why are they declining? Well, the factors are myriad. It's been my experience in talking to stakeholders over my entire career that there's a natural human tendency to want to just point your finger at one thing. We hear that depending on who you are, we hear that mule deer numbers are declining because of predators, only because of predators, or only because of energy development, or too many elk, or too many whitetails, whatever, chronic wasting disease, whatever it may be. And the reality is there's a multitude of factors at play here, and these factors are often working in concert with each other to affect mule deer populations. So we have variable and changing weather that's continuing. We have deteriorating habitat conditions across much of our landscape from a mule deer perspective. There's increased human development in nearly every corner of the state. Highway collisions take their largest toll on mule deer. We have competition from elk and whitetail and feral horses in places. It just all depends where you're at. Disease is increasingly a current concern with mule deer, and predation as well. We'll get into all of these in a little bit more detail later. So variable weather, it's always important to recognize that weather is the primary driver of a mule deer population in the short term, and really in the long term, for as far as productivity and survival in any one given year. When we have favorable weather, and by that I mean just enough snow and a mild to moderate winter to put a bunch of moisture in the ground, which results in good forage production, all the way through a nice, wet, cool spring, like thankfully a lot of parts of the state are currently enjoying. And with the mild summer conditions, when those conditions are favorable, despite all the challenges and the uphill battles mule deer face, we can still grow mule deer populations. Most recently, we've had some short-term growth from the years 2014 through 2017. And then also, we are thankfully now over the last couple of years in a period where we're starting to put a few more mule deer back on the landscape. Conversely, when we have those drought conditions, we see really depressed fawn production, like I talked about earlier, because of the effects of the nutritional condition of those adult females. We have lower over summer fawn survival. We have, in general, poorer over winter survival during these drought years. And that leads to population decline. And unfortunately, we are in a period, and generally speaking, from a 30,000 foot view, Wyoming has gotten drier and warmer over the past few decades compared to the really favorable conditions in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. So that's also can result in increased disease outbreaks, which we'll get into a little bit later. When we do have those severe winters, we also can see large-scale die-offs. In our opening remarks, Director Bruce also talked about the 22-23 winter. Well, that affected an awful lot of the state. We, by all accounts, data, anecdotal accounts, you name it, those folks, whether it's in the Baggs country, all the way to Kemmer, Pinedale, Star Valley, and Jackson, literally it was the worst winter in Wyoming state's recorded history. We experienced unprecedented losses that winter in those parts of the state. Some of our research animals where we have radio collars out on mule deer, we documented 75 to 80% mortality of the entire herd. We've never experienced a winter like that in our career, and hopefully we never will again. But while that's an outlier, we do periodically have severe winters, and those can result in mule deer die-offs as well. There's a catch-22 with that. When we do have those severe winters and those really deep snowpacks, it's also a good thing for the landscape in the long run because we do put a bunch of moisture back in the soil, and it tends to result in pretty good conditions the following year. So declining habitat conditions are something that mule deer experience across the state and the West. And this can be a chronic source of impacts to just poor mule deer population performance. So we have throughout the West and especially in Wyoming, we have a lot of our aspen and our shrub communities that are really, really important for mule deer in these late cereal stages. And when I say cereal stages, what I mean is they are these habitats that have gone in many cases now over a century without being set back by natural cycles. Fire, most notably. A lot of these communities have evolved for millennia with fire, and they need periodic fire to set them back. When we have these shrub communities or aspen stands set back and basically recycled, is what we see as far more productive communities. And that vegetation that does grow also is much more nutritional, has much higher nutritional content and more digestible. So it's really, really a good thing for mule deer. It's important to note, just in Wyoming, we've literally lost half of our aspen stands across the state compared to where we were decades ago. One of the other habitat-related challenges that mule deer face are annual grass infestations. Now here, fire can be a double-edged sword because fire in the right time of year or in the right community can actually help result in increased proliferation of these invasive annual grasses. But many, if not all of you, have heard of cheatgrass and ventonata and some of these, Medusa had some of these other annual grasses that are invasive. And is what they do is they outcompete our native perennial grasses, those flowering forbs that are really, really important at times of year, and they just essentially dry out the landscape. And in the right place, especially, it's not as bad in Wyoming, although the Bighorn Basin deals with this, but in other parts of the Intermountain West, the invasion of these annual grasses also leads to a much more regular fire cycle, which is not what these landscapes naturally evolved with. Next slide. Actually, I just covered most of this, so we'll go to the next slide after that. So the next one is human development. With the next few slides with respect to human development and energy development, I want to be very, very clear. I'm not picking on any person. I'm not picking on any industry or anything like that. I just want to acknowledge just some of the realities and challenges that mule deer are dealing with. So rural subdivision is expanding across the state in Wyoming right now. One of the things that maybe gets the most attention is the rural subdivision that's gone on in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, whether it's Star Valley or Park County or Teton and Sublette County. That's absolutely occurred. However, it's occurring really throughout the state. Whether you go from Laramie to the Snowy Range or east of Cheyenne, north of Cheyenne, or the Black Hills, Crook and Weston County, it's really happening all over the state. And the important thing to note here is when a lot of these sprawling subdivisions occur, they tend to also occur in some of the best habitats. When humans settled the West, they naturally settled the most productive wildlife habitats, whether it's those riparian creek bottom, river bottom areas, the mountain foothills, the basin country. They didn't settle areas that had 9 feet of snow in the winter, although maybe some Star Valley residents might disagree with me. But it's what this does is it essentially results in an extensive network of roads and fencing or vegetation manipulation, horse pastures, pets, motorized vehicles, and just general human presence. All those do and can have a cumulative impact on mule deer. Next slide. Wyoming is also one of the top energy producing states. I also want to preface these comments by the firm belief that Wyoming has a long track record of developing our resources very carefully, very responsibly. But there are some trade-offs with this. I certainly acknowledge that energy development is pivotal to our way of life, to the state's economy. Absolutely. However, we do see the development pressures associated with energy occurring and expanding across the state. Wyoming is the top state for wind development. We're still honestly in the early phases of wind development. We've seen a huge expansion of these wind projects. We have in situ uranium, we have renewable resources, we have rare earth mines, a proposed pump back storage project in the Seminole Mountains, and then our long conventional industries like oil and gas and mining. Well, we have to recognize that as vital as these industries are to the state and the economy, when we do have some of the infrastructure associated with them, especially placed in some of the vital habitats that we talked about earlier, they can have some impacts on our mule deer populations. Next slide. We'll go ahead and skip this slide. So with all this human development, it leads to cumulative impacts. In some parts of the landscape, we have mule deer trying to negotiate whether it's new subdivisions, whether it's the recreation that we talked about a little bit earlier that's coming this way, mountain bike trails and hiking trails and just more humans out on the landscape. With a lot of development can come things like noxious weeds and more traffic and roads. And so mule deer have to increasingly negotiate these obstacles throughout many parts of the state. And these cumulative impacts are what can take its toll. So one of the other things that's really important to recognize about mule deer ecology and their behavior is that mule deer are I refer to them as the sage grouse of ungulates. Like they're really, really hardwired. So mule deer, they exhibit a lot of fidelity, meaning like they go and they utilize the same parts of their seasonal ranges, or for migratory mule deer, those migration corridors, they use the exact same habitats throughout the various seasons of Wyoming. with a lot of fidelity. And so when change is introduced on the landscape, they just have a harder time adapting than some of our other wildlife species. Yes, it's true. You'll see mule deer in and around subdivisions or around human development, but it's what we tend to see over time is there's a loss of use of these habitats through attrition as mule deer grow older, age out, fawns, new generations tend to use these habitats less and less. Next slide. So highway vehicle collisions are another huge challenge mule deer face. Mule deer comprise about 85% of all wildlife highway collisions in the state of Wyoming. The last estimate statewide was approximately 5,500 mule deer are known to be hit on highways in Wyoming, killed on highways. We know this figure is conservative is because we also know that, that as many mule deer get hit, they often run out of the highway right away and therefore can't even be documented by like say YDOT crews or department folks. Highways not only serve as a direct mortality source for mule deer, but they also serve as a barrier to long distance migrations or even short distance daily movements across the highway. As we have increased human development, we have increased roads, increased traffic volumes, and therefore, again, higher chances of mule deer being hit on our roads. Next slide. Disease is one of the issues that mule deer are now increasingly facing. We have mule deer in parts of the state are affected in the short term by some disease outbreaks. Many of you have heard of blue tongue or epizootic hemorrhagic disease. That's a disease that's caused by a little biting midge. We tend to see that more in our drought years, which are happening more frequently. That can impact mule deer in places. Locally, it's generally not a widespread phenomenon across the entire state, but is what's more importance in affecting mule deer increasingly is chronic wasting disease. Chronic wasting disease is an always fatal disease. It's expanded in, next slide. It's expanded in the state considerably since we've really been intensively monitoring it. If you look at the figure on the left, that is our chronic wasting disease surveillance data in mule deer from 1998 to 2005 when we first started in earnest really tracking it. The darker the blue refers to the higher prevalence or the higher percentage of animals that are actually infected. It was large for a couple decades. It was largely relegated to the southeastern part of the state. Around the turn of the century, we picked up some cases up in the Thermopolis area. And then as you fast forward now to the last 18 years, you'll notice that there's nearly a statewide distribution of disease. And in many cases, including the Bighorn Basin, parts of Sheridan, Johnson, northern Natrona County now have some of the highest prevalences of that disease to match or even exceed what is in southeast Wyoming. So again, this is a disease that's always fatal, and it's now chronically impacting mule deer in a significant part of the state.
Excuse me, yes, Representative Ward, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I always bristle when we talk about the expansion of CWD because the reality is in 1998 to 2005, we weren't sampling as much as we are today. And so how much of this is a result of sampling versus an expansion of the disease?
Chairman Byron, Representative Worf, that's an excellent question. We are absolutely positive that it is an expansion in disease, not only an expansion in distribution, but also prevalence. You are exactly right that our statewide surveillance efforts in the late 90s weren't nearly as robust as they are now. But since we have gone down the road of more intensive sampling, we are now increasingly see it throughout the state. So we're now documenting many more cases in western Wyoming and even southwestern Wyoming.
Representative Worf, please.
Follow up. And the other thing that always causes me to bristle a little bit is when everybody says it's 100% fatal. If this disease were 100% fatal, wouldn't we lose mule deer entirely? Wouldn't they all disappear? I mean, we got it in deer, elk, and moose. But everybody always wants to say that it's 100% fatal. Now, I understand it's 100% fatal to those that have contacted it, but there is some resilience in those deer and elk herds, and I don't see that talked about enough. I really think the department needs to be careful when it says 100% fatal, because that to me says that we expect mule deer to die out because of CWD, and I don't know that that's the case.
Thank you, Representative Worf. And let me remind the committee, we're going to be here for questions and comments we can hold till later, but if you would like an opportunity to respond to that, please do.
Yeah, Chairman Byron, Representative Worf, you're exactly right in terms of not 100% of the animals on the landscape contract the disease. I do agree with that perspective. When I refer to 100% fatal, I am referring to those animals that do come into contact with it and become infected. Then in that case, it is 100% fatal. But your point is well taken. Okay, on to the next one. So we're almost done here, but with competition, this is another issue that mule deer are increasingly facing. We have the expansion of elk populations in a lot of the state, that we now have elk residing in areas of the state where we did not have elk 30 years ago. And in some cases, we have a lot of elk. It's really, really difficult to tease out the effects of competition on mule deer to say, okay, X number of elk equals, this reduction in mule deer. It's a really challenging thing, but we know that expanding elk populations don't do mule deer any favors. We also have expanding white-tailed deer populations in many parts of the state. So competition is something that may be also playing a role, and likely is. Next slide. And then we move to predation. So it is absolutely fair to say that predator populations have expanded across the state and really the West in the past few decades. There are parts of the state where we had very few mountain lions, even coyotes going back 50, 60 years ago. As poisoning efforts ceased and things like that, predator populations have rebounded to historical or normal levels in a lot of the states. So what this means is now the predation pressure on our mule deer populations is probably much more reflective of natural levels before Europeans occupied Wyoming. So this also means that predation in places can play a little bit larger role than it did back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And as mule deer populations have declined for all the other reasons that we just talked about, the role of predation can have a more significant influence, especially when populations are really low. So what is the department doing about it? Next slide. Well, first of all, the department and the Game and Fish Commission have made considerable investments in mule deer. It's fair to say this agency and the commission have probably invested more heavily in mule deer than any other single species in the state. That's done through more robust population monitoring efforts and also research. So one of the things the department's done is we've just gotten a whole lot better at estimating our mule deer populations. Some of that is also thanks to the generous, the funding commission has provided us to do so. Whether it's how we collect our sex and age composition survey data, so how many bucks and fawns per 100 does, some of the aerial survey techniques we're now utilizing where we're attempting to count every animal in the herd and then come up with a correction for how many animals we missed. There's some evolving science on that. Now, we're always tracking the number of animals harvested, what percentage of those hunter harvested animals are CWD positive, just all the habitat condition and weather data that we collect and or utilize. And we put all that together and we're estimating mule deer herds, and we're getting better and better at that. It's fair to say that our mule deer population estimates now are a lot more precise than they were decades ago. Next slide. Mule deer research. The department, the commission, but also many other collaborators have engaged extensively in mule deer research in the past 2 decades. It's just a little flavor for the types of research projects that we are conducting. We're looking at seasonal movements, mule deer migrations. A lot of the migration work that's been done has been born out of putting collars on and researching all kinds of things related to mule deer. Some of them are specific to understanding those movements. We're looking at survival of these animals, cause of death. Why are mule deer dying? What's killing them? We have a lot of research out there related to disease, primarily chronic wasting disease, a lot of nutritional ecology research, and then also research associated with new technology. So what kind of collars are working best? What kind of surveys can we do to get more precise estimates? Next slide. So in order to conduct the amount of mule deer research that we've done, we rely on a lot of collaboration. We work extensively with the University of Wyoming, the co-op unit, other colleges within the university, consultants like West, United States Geological Survey. There's just a lot of collaboration. Mule deer research, well, pretty much all wildlife research is really expensive. It's a large undertaking, and we couldn't do it without all of our collaborators. Next slide. But the department does embark on a lot of our own research just internally. As I said, our commission has invested very, very heavily in mule deer. Beginning in 22, we developed our focal herd program. This is a really state-of-the-art monitoring program where we have intensive collaring efforts going on in 5 herds geographically spaced around the state. And we're learning all kinds of things about what is affecting mule deer survival, their movements, cause of death, things like that. And we're able to use this information, and hopefully we'll be able to index some of the information we learn from these herds to other herds in those geographic parts of the state. Next slide. This is just to give you guys a little flavor of the mule deer research. These are just, I'm not going to go through these, but these are just various mule deer research projects that have gone on around the state just in the last 10 years. So there's more projects that have gone on in my career that aren't even represented here. Next slide. So now we'll transition a little bit to just some of the department's mule deer management and conservation efforts. Again, the department commission are dedicated to long-term mule deer conservation. We're going to talk a little bit more about our hunting seasons and the public engagement, all the habitat work we've done, and how we try to mitigate the effects of development on mule deer habitats. Next slide. So hunting seasons, as I talked about just a little bit earlier, we often get asked when we have a declining resource, how can the department still have the hunting seasons that they have in place? And I think it's really, really important that we all recognize that the hunting seasons that the department does utilize now do not have an effect on mule deer populations. And why do I say that? Well, we have long ago gotten away from having hunting seasons that permit extensive female harvest throughout the vast majority of the state. We do permit female harvest in a few places to deal with localized crop or agricultural damage concerns and/or as a chronic wasting disease management tool. But for the most part, hunting seasons around the state have gotten increasingly shorter. We've cut a lot of non-resident opportunity, and we're also only allowing buck-only harvest. Next slide. So as I open this presentation with the recognition that declining mule deer is probably the #1 issue we hear from across the entire gamut of our stakeholders, I'd like to point out some of the department's public engagement efforts. We engage the public extensively over mule deer, probably more so over mule deer than any other species that we're charged with managing. we, throughout the course of a year, all of our field folks constantly engage in just routine public interactions. We have an extensive network of spring season setting meetings when we're developing our hunting season regulations for the next fall. We have conducted mule deer initiatives in various herds around the state. And what I mean by that is we've developed local stakeholder groups in every region of the state where we've gone through extensive collaborative public learning processes to develop public, recommendations for mule deer management in those herds with stakeholder input. We conduct extensive hunter attitude surveys. I'll go through the recent effort here shortly. We embarked on a really extensive 2-year collaborative process to develop our chronic wasting disease management plan. Senator Hicks was a part of that effort. And then just more recently, many of you have heard that we engaged in a series of mule deer community conversations around the state, where we had 37 meetings in different locations around the state in an informal setting, just to invite the public to come talk to us about mule deer and mule deer management. Next slide. So real quick, I'd like to touch on, this is a very, very critical piece of public human dimensions data that we heavily rely on. So this hunter attitude survey, we in general engage in one of these every 5 years. In late 2023, we surveyed almost 78,000 Wyoming resident sportsmen and women. And we wanted to just gauge their opinions on all things related to mule deer and mule deer hunting, what they see in a quality mule deer hunt, what their preferences are for hunting seasons. They're asked a series of 40-some questions. I won't go into all that detail here today, but there's 2 take-home messages I'd like to impart with you. And that is that, as expected, Wyoming hunters are telling us that their satisfaction with mule deer hunting has declined and is declining. And this is directly correlated with mule deer population declines. But the other thing that's really important to recognize is that despite these declines, hunters are still, the majority of hunters tell us that they're happy with our hunting season frameworks we have in place. And specifically is what I'd like to refer to is the mix we have of very limited, conservatively managed hunts where you have to draw a license versus the general license maximum opportunity we hunts where any Wyoming resident can get a license and go. Next slide. Okay, we're almost done. So what are some of the other conservation efforts the department and commission are engaging in? Well, habitat management is probably first and foremost. We'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. We continue to participate and try to facilitate conservation easements, work with collaborative funders to do so where we can. We participate or initiate movement and migration studies around the state. Highway crossing projects has been absolutely huge for mule deer. Thanks to generosity of the legislature, WWNRT, all federal funding, you name it. There's been a lot of interest and support for highway crossing projects. Where we've put those in place, we absolutely we know that they're having a very positive impact on mule deer. We've decreased highway collisions in some of these areas, especially some of these migration areas with migrations considerably since they've been implemented. We're continue to participate, develop disease management strategies, namely for chronic wasting disease. We're doing our best to manage competition from other species. We have extremely liberal and aggressive elk harvest management in a lot of central and eastern Wyoming. And we've also participated in some extensive predator management work, partnered with ADMB, county predator boards, things like that. Next slide. Habitat management is probably where we've made our biggest investment. We are attempting to really target invasive annual grasses. We use prescribed fire where we can. That's an increasingly challenging tool to implement on the landscape. Although some of you got to see some of the prescribed fire that just occurred just in this country just yesterday. That was a really neat opportunity, and we were really happy that went forward. Some sagebrush mowing in places, improving aspen stands is a huge priority for us, enhancing riparian areas, so those creek bottom, river bottom habitats. And then projects associated with improving connectivity between those seasonal ranges. So again, wildlife crossing projects, but also fence conversions. There are certain fence types out on the landscape that can be challenging for mule deer to negotiate, especially young mule deer, like newborn fawns, things like that. Next slide. So the department's, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the department's habitat protection program. This is one of the busiest and hardest working programs we have in the agency. These men and women are able to provide recommendations whenever we have permitted projects that come across their desk. And so by permitted projects, I mean federally permitted projects, so things that invoke the National Environmental Policy Act, but also state permitting projects, you know, whether it's the DEQ's Industrial Siting Council, State Engineer's Office, you know, smaller scale things like that. Our habitat protection staff, what they do is they make recommendations. It's really important to stress Game and Fish is not a permitting agency. All we do is we work with those developer stakeholders and the permitting agencies to try to recommend development in such a way that can mitigate impacts to wildlife to the extent possible while still allowing the project to go through. And I should note that when our staff are making these recommendations, we are always utilizing the best available science. So when we have bona fide research that describes impacts to mule deer, for example, that's the science that we will use when we're formulating those recommendations. Okay, last slide. So the take-home message is again, there's widespread concern regarding mule deer populations throughout the state, but there's also widespread interest in conserving mule deer and their habitats. Whether it's NGOs, WWNRT, various funding sources, there is a whole lot of support and a really great coalition we have in the state to provide funding to conserve mule deer to the extent we can. The department will continue to intensively monitor our herds, and we're going to take our proactive conservations whenever possible. And we're going to utilize that best available science when we're formulating recommendations to protect mule deer habitats. So again, I'd like to close by saying the purpose of this presentation wasn't to just pick on any one thing that's affecting mule deer. I'm not here to pick on elk or whitetails or energy development or subdivision or whatever it may be. But just to acknowledge there's a variety of threats that mule deer are faced. There's a lot of uphill battles that they're climbing. And that if we are going to have mule deer persist on the landscape, we need to acknowledge the trade-offs with this, and we need to do everything we can to protect mule deer and the vital habitats that they require to the extent we can. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. The co-chair and I were visiting, and there are certainly there's some bleak parts of that presentation, but as we were all serving in Cheyenne a few years ago, we knew it was coming with that winter, and yeah, I think it was great. Committee, it is 10:09. And I shouldn't have said yesterday we're going to stay on schedule because we are not on schedule. So I just want, as we formulate questions, please make it brief. Please make it to the point. Please make sure it's a question. We have a lot of folks in the room that have traveled that want to comment on any of the number of these things we're addressing. So let's go ahead and engage. But I really would like you to be precise in your questions and understand that we can have discussions at further meetings throughout the year. So Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully a very quick question. So based on the updates yesterday and today that we received, how often, I guess, is how I'll phrase it, do the Game and Fish recommendations actually become conditions to a permit? So go from recommendation to permitting conditions.
Mr. Chairman, excellent question. We did a survey a few years ago. We're constantly surveying our proponents that we give recommendations to. And of course, this is coming from them, but I believe off the top of my head, it was around 75% of the time that they're implementing our recommendations. How many of those become permit requirements? That is a little bit different question because we do oversee the Sage Grouse Executive Order and the Governor's Migration Executive Order, and those automatically become permit requirements every time.
Thank you, Director. Committee, any Representative Provenza, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my understanding that there's 53 ungulate migration routes in Wyoming, and I think Game and Fish has designated 3. And so when we're looking at how we do migration corridors or what we're designating and trying to protect the human costs to mule deer, I'm just wondering if you could speak to that and if there's something that, you know, that disconnect between what I think the science saying is, which there's 50 plus routes, but then we have 3 that we're designating. Is there a way that we can maybe close that gap and provide more protection so that when we're talking about things like subdivisions or renewables or whatever development, that we can kind of try to make sure we're taking the best care of our wildlife for future generations?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that is a really good question, Representative. And so I'll let maybe Justin touch on the number of migrations because we focus the governor's executive order on migration corridors on those significant migrations. Like he said, there's a lot of variety, a lot of important movements across the state. And so the EO really comes into place in helping to protect those significant ones. And there's a whole process to do that, to address if there is a threat to the corridor and if it's needed to be designated. So a big conversation behind that. And I think it's important to remember that the migration corridor executive order doesn't have specific stipulations like it does for the sage grouse. They're really quite different. It does not apply to private land. Therefore, it does not apply to these developments that Justin talked about. Those are county level decisions and the EO doesn't apply. So we could designate every single important movement in the state, 50 some or whatever, and the EO would not apply.
Representative Connolly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. So counties have land use plans. And they are, like you just said, they're responsible for some of this. Have you worked pretty significantly with counties over the years recently in developing their land use plans?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Conley, absolutely. If they want us at the table, we're at the table. We really provide that technical assistance. Justin talked about those critical or vital habitats. So we're letting them know where those are at. And then we're not involved in the decision making. We're just at the table to provide the information.
Thank you. Representative Worf, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Out of the 6 factors that you listed that affect mule deer, what's your, I guess, effectability in addressing those 6 factors?
Chairman Byron, Representative Worf, really good question. I guess I would say it depends on where you're at. Well, I stated that these factors are often working in concert together. Depending on where you're at regionally, some factors are playing a heavier role than others. So it's a real challenge. I mean, you take chronic wasting disease, we've developed some strategies to try to reduce CWD transmission. We've ran into some roadblocks with implementing them because some of those strategies require increased harvest or reducing deer densities. When deer are already struggling, that's a tough sell to the public. You know, reducing elk, whitetail there's a lot of things tied to that with related access or constituents that want elk on properties or want us to manage for more elk. So It's a real challenge. I would say, I would say we're doing what we can, but
Well, thank you. Director.
Yeah, and Chairman, if I could follow up too, I think, that is part of maybe a good segue into where we're going. And I really appreciate that question, because it really sums everything up. We're looking at putting together Wyoming strategy. And really, I think the point of doing this, it's beyond the department, as you can see. And so if we have a strategy where we can outline the issues and those stresses, and then we can propose solutions, it's something everyone can use. So if you're a county doing a county plan, our federal agencies, if they're looking to approve, such as a prescribed fire, they will have a document to draw on to understand what the issues are and where all the different partners and stakeholders can play a role. And so it really just wraps everything up to paint the whole picture.
Follow up?
Yes, Representative Worf, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that, Director Bruce. One of the main reasons I asked that question is because a couple slides before that, you talked about population decline and made a statement that the numbers that we had in the 1960s to 1980s was likely higher than we have during the European settlement. And I guess, you go on and you talk a little bit about decades of intensive predator control dating clear back to the 1900s. You attributed kind of the numbers to that. And I guess the question I have is, because I guess first question is, do you think that the level of predators that we have on the landscape is higher today than it was when European settlement occurred?
Please.
Chairman Byron, Representative Worf, I wouldn't really want to speculate on that. That's an interesting question. Rather, I wanted to just stress the point that predator populations have rebounded in a bunch of places where they were functionally extirpated throughout the 60s and 70s and 80s. And so they're now regulating, they're playing a larger influence on mule deer than they were during those really peak periods.
Thank you. Committee, any other questions before we wrap up on mule deer? Seeing none. Director, you have any more? One more. We have 10 seconds, Representative Ward.
This is a quick question. We just experienced a fairly hard winter in 22-23. I wondered, and I've got this just so you know where I'm getting it from. This is from our 2009 Mule Deer Initiative. One of the things that the department said, they developed mule deer feeding criteria and logistics for emergency feeding. And I just wondered, did the department implement any feeding operations during that hard winter of 22-23? And if, go ahead.
Chairman Byron, Representative Worf, no, we did not. There was some emergency feeding that winter associated with elk, just to deal with potential Brucella transmission issues and really getting elk out of haystacks and off feed lines. But there was not with respect to mule deer.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you for that. Mule deer, any other comments? Seeing none. Committee, we are going to take a 10-minute break. So we can use the restroom, stretch our legs. I can talk to the next two presenters and keep them on track. Some of our colleagues that are in the room, and appreciate that. So we were just take a 10-minute break and meet back in here at 10:30. Thank you for coming back on time. And I should have earlier introduced a few of our colleagues. Representative Winters is here, Representative Erickson, and Representative Williams is in the room. And welcome. We're going to hear from my great neighbor to the south, Representative McKay Erickson. Please take it away.
Thank you, Chairman and Co-Chairman Landon and committee. Appreciate you letting me come here today. It is with seeing all the other issues that you have going, it's refreshing that you take the time to hear some concerns that I think are growing. I'll be quick because I do know that Chairman Byron will cut off my mic if I don't hurry. So others may not be afraid of that, but I am. As stewards of this great state, we are tasked with many opportunities and responsibilities to manage our variety of awesome resources. The Wyoming public has prided itself in taking seriously the maintenance of fair chase and ethical hunting practices. I come today as a representative of a growing number of sportsmen who believe it is time to specifically advance concerns and change the direction of responsibility in a technology explosion. While there can be a gamut of technology discussions, I seek to focus today on the ethical use of long-range weapons. The growing concern is that we are so busy trying to keep up with the latest weaponry, gadgetry, and accoutrements, we are failing to seriously predict its impact on Wyoming hunting and fair chase. We need to consistently address the need to maintain broad public acceptance by both consumptive and non-consumptive wildlife enthusiasts. Let me build a little background as to where we've been quickly, and I'll skip some of this, but I went to the April commission meeting of our Wyoming Game and Fish commissioners and was very, very happy as to the response that I got, and mainly not that we all agreed, but that we have things to work on, and we would like to work together in that. Most consented that it's an issue, but not all felt it was something that needed or could have an agreed upon definition of fair chase or ethical conclusion. Commissioners respectfully requested that these definitions and practices be handled interagency without legislation. I have come to trust and respect the professional knowledge and ability of our game and fish folks and would prefer proceeding this way. And again, kudos to them as to their response and the professionalism that they have. I'm very much a believer of that. However, I do not want to get behind on what I consider to be an urgent responsibility of Wyoming resident heralded for the claim of caring enough to get involved and make a difference. Much of this is from some of the information that I'll be sharing with you, as well as kind of where we're gauged at right now in the state of Wyoming is around a 2017 Exploring New Technology for Hunting Committee finding that included studies and surveys. My point is that's 8 years ago, and I think a lot has changed in technology as well as public opinion. I contend we may risk further wounding our image of sportsmen while catering to big money companies that promote it, as well as cloud our young people to what hunting really is. Plus, a line should be drawn to separate traditional versus the possibility of substituting for skill and effort. Now, when I talk about skill and effort, I'm not talking about shooting skill and effort. That's a whole different thing. I'm talking about hunting skill and effort. Some of the questions or criticisms that we might hear and we might see and we might face is maybe that it's unenforceable, the limit on long range. I would gesture that that's not the case. I was heavily involved 15 plus years ago when we dealt with flying for and identifying big game animals, and the proponents of that said you'll never be able to enforce that. I'm here today to tell you that that has been drastically decreased in at least Western Wyoming, the flying for big game. And yes, you still have people that are breaking the law, but I don't know that you would be able to get those type of people to do anything without some significant consequence. Another question might be opportunity loss. No, there's still plenty of opportunity, and we have to admit, we've got to admit that our opportunities are getting fewer and farther in between. Simply the question that was brought up with the mule deer, is it time that we have a limited quota on the Wyoming mule deer area with the number of people that are moving to Western Wyoming and now becoming residents, which has put a whole new focus of pressure on the animals. 10 years ago, you would have caused a fight with me if I would say that, but there's definitely things that we need to look into because of the increased and the opportunity loss that's coming. Does it promote a negative image of the shooting industry? I again say no. I say go win a shooting contest at our new Wyoming State gun range, or participate in more, get more of those shooting competitions going on. I just would like to see us separate the two. Quickly, I would ask, and I know that these are big asks, but as I said before, I think that we have a great commission going on right now. We have a great agency. And from the legislative perspective, I would like to see commissioners, new work and research, and update this 2017 study that we refer back to, and get with others, as I've visited with one commissioner in particular, get with other states that this is becoming one of their major largest concerns that they have throughout the Intermountain West. So there's a lot of area too that's just budding and coming about that I think we could hop on and be leaders in that. And then also, I always have to put in a plug for provide an emphasis on law enforcement and education. Those are two that are proactive and can be reactive, but make sure that we have the resources to be able to let these folks do their work in making sure that there's not a significant amount of cheaters. In specific, the opportunity to hunt a once-in-a-lifetime Wyoming range mule deer that, as we found, are determined to be in decline. Genetics have always been preserved because of the animal's instinct and intelligence over the years of being famous. Now, it does not give the animal the ability to detect the predator and escape. That's my major concern. It also increases the wounding loss probability because of simple distance calculations. While there are absolute expert marksmen that are reaching out these distances, the simple fact of distance calculation shows that there will be a higher wounding loss. I think we have to go forward knowing that. It ultimately comes down to a biological and cultural issue. How we prioritize it is up to us as stakeholders. And again, I'm urging which I know many of you have already expressed concern, but I would urge a collaborative work with our very willing Game and Fish as well as commissioners to update and address this particular issue as well as other technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Erickson. We really appreciate that, and certainly thank you to AI for some of those bigger words.
I don't know.
It's all right.
I found those on my own. I knew you would accuse me
all
of
right
that.
through that. I mean, we've gotten to visit about this a few times, and I really appreciate it. You know, this was brought by constituents in our neck of the woods, and And, you know, thank you for bringing this up as a topic to our committee, and it is definitely affecting Western Wyoming. I just heard 2 days ago about a story of someone that was, you know, going to take a 400-yard shot, and the animal they were staring at tipped over, and they heard a loud bang from someone that was about 400 yards behind them. So, you know, it's so important to bring this conversation to the forefront of us sportsmen and women who are participating in these hunts, and I think it's great, and it's been good getting to visit. And you have traveled, you've put miles on your car, attending these commission meetings, working this subject, and many others, and we appreciate you for it. And we'd much rather have you on this side of the table than out there. You'd fit in well in this committee. So anyway, any questions of the committee? I think we really appreciate that, and I think there's the conversation to be had. So I want to we'll start on this end. Senator Hicks, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for bringing this topic, and because it just keeps coming up over and over and over again. And so a question I have is the issue always comes up, is the technologies and advancing, and can we regulate at the same level and rate as the technology advances? And as the technology advances, people become accustomed to it and they want the technology. So we're always in a competitive disadvantage to keep up with the technological curve. And so and looking at the past efforts of the department and survey and public poll, it's very difficult to limit the technology. And so what's the alternatives out there? And so just a question for you is we do this already with the way we structure opportunities to hunt. Have you ever given it any thought to looking at it, not so much as trying to regulate the technology, is to limit the opportunity? And so, you know, we have archery only seasons, which limits the technology, even though even archery is expanding. But other states have looked at things like limiting, you know, so they'll use handguns or archery or open sights, smoothbore, all of these things. And so the question I have for you, has you ever contemplated, so if we can't regulate the technology, do you limit the opportunity for the use of the technology? In other words, you mentioned limited quota. And so, you know, one of the things you could do is with limited quota, you really limit the number of people that can participate if that's. And so you could actually do the same thing with just limiting the opportunity to a certain number of people that want to use the long range, given the fact that we need to examine all the alternatives. Is that something you see that could possibly be explored again, rather than regulate the technology?
Chairman Andrew, Senator Hicks, thank you. That's exactly one of the things that I would like to see us proceed on, because it's practical. We can sink our claws into that, because that's very doable, I think, with making specific seasons. Of course, I'm very preferential to the Wyoming range because of its difficult terrain and like I said, the ability of a mature mule deer buck to survive all these years. And I think that's different than on the eastern part of the state of Wyoming, where that may be a valuable resource. But
So, Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, and so we see this already. We structure these weapons limited seasons. So we have muzzleloader seasons, we have archery seasons, and we have rifle seasons that you can use basically anything. But in a scenario like this, you may have a very limited pool that you could use this long range technology, and that would restrict to a certain degree the level of take and the technology and the impact. And so just to make sure that's the kind of thing that you're thinking about, would be to structure those type of things if we're not going to regulate the technology, and then which becomes almost practically unenforceable in the field. So we're on the same page. That's what you're thinking about.
Chairman, Senator, that's exactly where I'm headed. I'm not naive enough, and I've received enough feedback to know that it's going to be very difficult, but that is something that we can do. And I'm not saying that we need to go back to peep sites and open sites and and only allow archery or whatever it may be on these mule deer, especially where we're focused on that. But I do think that there's some situations that we could put in with a 3 to 9 scope during a season. That's the opening 2 weeks. You know, I mean, that may be well in our ability to do and relatively soon. So thank you for that.
Committee, any other questions? Representative Erickson, you have one? Representative Wharf?
I have one, Mr. Chairman. Do you think that we can deal with ethical choices? Because to me, this is an ethical choice. So I guess I think of this a lot like morality, and I don't know, we try to legislate that stuff, but I guess that's the question I have for you is it seems like to me we're trying to legislate kind of an ethic, and it's one I think's possibly difficult, but I do agree. We talked about the aerial stuff and we were able to find a solution, but I think about the law enforcement side of this, 3x9 scope. You got to go up and talk to that individual and find out that he's got a 3x9. And I know a lot of guys I hunt with, I mean, you have more than one rifle because you might, drive 3 states and something happens to the one rifle you got. What are you going to do? So a lot of guys will have more than one rifle. And I mean, I just see that being problematic, but I don't want to throw rain on your sunshine, but I guess that's my question is, do you think we can effectively do something dealing with ethics?
Representative?
Chairman, Representative Worth, again, yes, I do. In my presentation, I talked about it needs to come down to biological and cultural reasons. And I think they both have aspects that could be regulated, even though they both go into ethics. I think we need to just prioritize those as a higher priority for the ability to do that. But yes, I'm local control and I'm not great with being able to back up trying to legislate ethics and morality, those kind of things. So I point well taken, but I do think that there's some things that we can do that would cross those boundaries and put them into the category that would be acceptable with what we got.
Thank you, Representative Erickson. Committee, seeing no more questions, we'll leave you off the hot seat there. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, you have worked hard on this and certainly dealing with a lot of constituents in our neck of the woods that are discussing this with both you and I. So with that, we'll move on to Representative J.D. Williams, who's coming to over here to the mountainous country, and we welcome him.
Thank you, Chairman Byron, members of the most enjoyable committee. I bring today a non-resident native license option, which is a local issue in House District 2 brought to me by constituents whose grown children have moved out of state but would very much like to return to hunt with their family, but are discouraged by non-resident hunting license fees. And I'm confident if this conversation is in my district, it's likely in other districts across the state. And I bring this to your committee to consider rather than bring it as a personal bill, because I believe for this idea to be workable, it must be constructed with input from this committee and from the department. And other states have implemented similar license options, which have been helpful for me to study. But organizations and the departments that are present in this room today will be the ones who can make this into a Wyoming product that works for Wyoming, from my perspective. This non-resident native option would encourage non-residents who once lived in Wyoming to come home to hunt with their parents, their siblings, or other close family members. And the program would be aimed at continuing Wyoming family hunting traditions by making an effort on our part to bring sons and daughters and family back home during hunting season at a substantially lowered license price. The applicant, of course, would be have to have their hunter safety and everything that we are familiar with, and have previously purchased a Wyoming resident hunting license. If you were born in Wyoming or had hunted in the past in Wyoming, but you now live out of state and you did purchased a hunting or fishing license as a resident, and you have an immediate family member who's currently a resident, one could qualify for non-resident native license. And this license option would include big game licenses, but could also include licenses like fishing and birds, depending, of course, on the department's recommendations. And so I'm a little embarrassed about my brevity after the last presentation, but I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Representative Williams. And appreciate the concept. We've gotten to chat about it a few times, and I certainly anticipate some questions from the committee. So I'm going to start over on my right, your left. Representative Campbell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A quick question, and I'm not sure, Representative Williams, this is for you or LSO, because I know our neighbors to the north have a very similar program in place. I know we talked about it on our time on the task force. So are there models that you have looked at that perhaps LSO could use as a template for creating a draft bill or program in that fashion?
Chairman, Representative Campbell, certainly are. And in particular, specifically in the state to our north, it's two different similar license options. One of which is come home to hunt or something like that. And it is the family member who sponsors you must also have a license that year. And then the other alternative option is non-resident native. The one who, quote, sponsors you, your family member at home, under that option does not have to hold a license. You just have to have family members still living in Wyoming.
Thank you, Representative Williams. Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Williams, one of Wyoming's largest exports is our young people who leave. Do you have any indication in conversation with folks, potentially the revenue loss that could come from this? Are we talking substantial or not? And then would there be ways for Game and Fish to kind of even out the amount of money that they could lose from this sort of system?
Representative.
Chairman, thank you. Representative Provenza. Depending on the area that we've been, and thinking of all the education we received this morning, I think it would be depends entirely on the area. And I think the department would have a better handle on that. And that's why I bring this idea here, because they would help us with those numbers better than I can.
Senator Schuler, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just a question on the fees. So do you anticipate, I know you've looked at these other states, do they have the would they be the resident fee? Or would it be a different fee, not a non-resident, but something in between? And the only reason I ask this is I have one son, I think, is holding off on getting married only because his soon-to-be wife wants to live in another state. And I didn't think he's putting it off because of hunting. And so this might be a real good fit for me.
Representative Williams, please.
Thank you, Chairman Byron, Senator. The models that I'm familiar with, the fee is 50% of the non-resident fee. So it's still quite a bit more than a resident would pay, but a little easier to swallow for your son in particular.
Thank you, Representative Williams, for clearing that up. That was a great question. Committee, any more questions? Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Not a question. If you're ready for a suggestion, I would sure offer one. And committee, I'm really compelled by this one. I appreciate both the representatives bringing things, one of which I have really not given much thought to, Representative. I'm looking at my Western brother from just over the hill where I grew up. But this one just makes a lot of sense. I'll tell you why. This year, got a call from my son who lives down in Colorado, and he wanted to apply for an elk license because he'd like to come home to hunt. And I said, well, give it a shot. And he did. And I kind of got excited. I thought, this is going to be great. Maybe we'll get in an elk hunt. And it just didn't work out. He didn't draw. So it really hits home. I think this is a great idea. And I'm going to make a motion that we draft a couple of bills. The representative expressed that you could do a native. Let's take a look at that one. Let's take a look at the other option that was brought up, and then we'll have a template on a couple of bills to look at and continue this conversation at the next meeting. So that would be my motion.
Looking for a second. Representative Provenza, are you raising your hand to speak, or are you seconding? Okay, second from Representative Connolly. Committee, we can certainly open this up for discussion. Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to point out that we have finished this section of the agenda and we have not taken public comment yet before we've started making motions. So I know if we do bill drafts, they'll have opportunities in the future to comment, but I'd like to point that out and make sure that the public can't speak to us before potentially we start doing stuff.
Thank you, Representative Provenza, for that procedural. Representative or Co-Chairman Landon, please.
Mr. Chairman, if it is your desire, I can certainly withdraw the motion until the appropriate time. If the second agrees, and good point made, we'll go through public comment or whatever, but really appreciate the representative bringing it.
Thank you, Co-Chairman. The second did agree, so we will withdraw that motion. And I think I know where you're going to go with this after public comment. So committee, any other questions? Representative Wharf, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess as I sit here, I think what you got, Representative Williams, is a great idea. One of the problems that I think, as I look at it, we're dealing with a deer herd that's about 50% what it should be. So I see that we've got declining resources out there, and we're talking about adding another class of hunter. And I'm wondering if it wouldn't be more successful if you were to maybe look at restricting it to just elk. Elk tend to be over objective in a lot of areas in the state. I think there might be a lot more interest. The guys that aren't, it's kind of sexy to hunt elk, and the bottom line is I'd like to kill a lot more elk. And I think a lot of the public would probably support that idea. So that's something I would ask you to consider. Maybe after public comments, maybe that's something you might narrow that down. But that's a suggestion.
Thank you, Representative Wharf. Yeah, I think we'll be able to have that conversation at our August meeting, once we get some of these bill drafts going, and as we give, the bringer of the motion here shortly, as we get kind of down this path. So Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, while I'm not intimately familiar with the two programs in Montana, I am very aware of them, and we've looked at those in the past on the task force. So one of the things that I think it would behoove the committee is prior to us drafting a bill, not that we can't do that, but I would also like to have the department look at, because now you're talking license allocations. We're not going to increase the number of licenses. There's going to be a shift in the license allocation, and it needs to be well thought out, because even in both of the programs in Montana, those are limited in numbers. It's just not unlimited. And so we need to create a new program here. We need to think about it. It's limited quota. Is it only going to be available for general license hunting? Those type of things. And so while I support the idea of this, I think it would be just be wise to have the department look at that and maybe come back and say, if we're going to create these programs, some recommendations from the department, because we're talking about moving licenses unless it's general, and even there, non-resident. Are those going to come out of the non-resident pool? You know, how are they going to distribute? I just think it's important that we do it thoughtful, in mind that we're going to put significant new duties on the department. And then I look at the cost structure too. Under Montana's non-resident native license, the elk license up there is still more expensive than what our regular non-resident elk price is. And so get some input from the department on maybe some pricing too, relative to where we're at and some of that stuff. So, I mean, we can do the bill draft and then go back and do that, but I think it would be better to have the department look at that and come back and say, if you guys move forward, these are a couple recommendations. It may only be general license hunting that these versus having to then partition out, because I think right now in a limited quota, you got non-resident landowner, resident landowner, non-resident special, resident special, or non-resident special. And so where are you going to take that, and how much are you going to take out of each one of those under a limited quota that would go into this new license allocation? So it's just a thought.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. Yeah, and I think we can certainly contemplate that and have that discussion once we get through public comment and do move for a bill. So I appreciate that thought. All right, committee C, no one else jump in on the green button. Representatives, both of you, thank you so much for joining TRW today. And our next item up is landowner hunting tags. Now, I do not see Mr. True here, and I oh, there he is. Okay. Mr. True, please come on up. And we did have the agency touch on this earlier. So we appreciate that overview. And with that, please introduce yourself for the committee and go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman Byron and Chairman Landon, and fellow committee members of this august committee. Just comment, wonderful rain going on outside right now. So love to see that in Wyoming. I really appreciate the opportunity to appear before you this morning. As indicated, I'm Dave True. My family and I live in Casper, Wyoming, and I really appreciate the opportunity to come before you to raise a topic that has grown over the last 11 months or so, at least in my own head. And again, being repetitive, appreciate the opportunity. Written testimony has been provided to you in the past, and I'm not going to verbally repeat all of that, but I do want to comment on the pertinent points of the recommendation that come before this body, will come before the Ag Committee, and is also intended to come before the Commission itself. In summary, the proposal is to allow landowners the opportunity to market the landowner licenses for which they already qualify. That's a big part. I'm not trying to suggest an expansion of landowner licenses, just allowing those potential landowners who qualify currently to go ahead and market their licenses to others. It is recommended that in order to market those tags, the landowner must do a couple of things. One, the landowner must have at least 2,000 deeded acres in the area in which the hunt is to take place. This practice would be allow or require at least a reasonable amount of acreage in Wyoming for the transferee to hunt on the landowner's land. Now, I want to make sure that's not misunderstood. It wouldn't require that the assignee hunt on only the landowner's land, but he or she would have that opportunity to hunt on the landowner's land as well as other legally accessible public lands or other private lands for whom the hunter receives permission. So I want to make sure that it's not limited just to the landowner's land, but at least that landowner does have what I would think of as skin in the game to market that license. Also, in my opinion, it's really important that the landowner who's given this opportunity to market a landowner tag also allows other public access for hunting purposes or fishing on their private property. This can take shape in multiple forms. The commission and department has several programs, the walk-in program, the hunter management program. We participate in both of those. The landowner could individually work with non-family hunters to allow access to his or her property. And then another one that comes to mind that we've become familiar with is what's called Infinite Outdoors. It's a small company homed in Casper, Wyoming, that matches up willing landowners with hunters and allows those two groups, if you will, to designate specific areas for specific species to go hunting. And so far, it's really worked out well. I would also like to comment on a couple of other aspects of the landowner licenses. The director mentioned both of these earlier today in front of you. One is if landowners who qualify apply for over 40% of the available licenses in that area for that specific species, then the commission and the department would have the option. Again, I think it should be an option to put those landowners into a separate draw to obtain a license, a landowner license for that year. Then they could have the opportunity to go into the general draw also after that. Further, regarding landowner licenses, I support raising the requirement for a land ownership to 640 acres from the current 160 acres. However, I am very sensitive to those who have 160 acres to 640 acres. I've talked with a couple of people whom I know very well. They'd never admit that, but they're concerned also, not for themselves, but for their neighbors who have indeed acquired 160 acres or 200 acres. And quite honestly, the reason they did that was to get a landowner tag. And we've all seen that more than likely. And I think to mitigate that impact on those landowners, it would be wise, in my opinion, to grandfather those landowners. Again, I want to emphasize it's for the individual or individual family to grandfather the qualification from 160 up to 640. It wouldn't run with the land. If they divested their parcel that's less than 640, that grandfathering would go away. So I think that's a possible way to mitigate much of the concern for those in this transitional period from 160 to 640 acres. I know that there is a bit of concern that such a program of allowing landowners to market their landowner tags with the above restrictions would add to the Game and Fish Department's administrative burden. I think, to significantly mitigate that additional work by the department and the personnel in the department, that the landowner should have to certify and sign the application certifying that they qualify with those qualifications of 2,000 or more acres and allowing other public hunters and fishermen to gain access to their land. That might not solve all of the incremental effort, but I think it would mitigate a great deal of it. And one more additional related sidebar fact, at least 4 of our nearby neighboring states allow for the assignment or the transfer of landowner licenses or permits. Those states that I've run across include Idaho, Utah, Nevada, and even our friends to the south, Colorado. So this isn't something that's terribly unique. It's been done for years with other states, and I think it can be manageable. Mr. Chairman, I would be more than happy to discuss and visit about these topics should committee members wish to do so at this time or even down the road at a more convenient time. And with that in mind, you can find it, but I'll give it to you real quickly. It'll be on the recording. My email address is dave.true@truecos.com, and my office number is 266-0254. So again, Mr. Chairman and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you this morning.
Mr. True, thank you for joining us here in DuBois. Really appreciate all that information. Committee, I've seen a few hands go up. Senator Hicks, we'll start with you.
Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Dave. Two things that I want to try to get your input on, and one deals with just the overall distribution. So on a number of licensed units within their limited quota. And so currently, because they're not transferable, and there's a lot of landowners, particularly in different areas of the state, that don't hunt, so they don't even apply for the landowner permits. But once we provide that opportunity to monetize those permits, there's more eligible landowners than there is tags. And so I can think of a couple of units where we issue like 50 bull elk tags, but eligible landowners, even under the 2,000 acre criteria, there may be 75 eligible landowners. Now, if we look at the historical number of landowner applications, there may only be 10 guys because their family member really are, but a lot of my constituents that they don't hunt. Yeah, and I'm sure you've got neighbors like that too. So how do you address the issue? And particularly in units, we've got one just down in my neck of the wood that's about 70% public land. There's, say, 50 limited quota elk tags, but there's 70 eligible landowners. In other words, every single tag is going to go to a landowner. Yet when you look at the land ownership, because it's a very large unit, 60 to 70% is public land. So how do you, under your scenario, deal with the fact that once that, and these tags right now, we got governors, guys buying $25,000 governor's tags to come down and hunt this unit. I don't have a single landowner that will not monetize those tags to that point because that's their true value. And then there is absolutely zero. Nobody else is going to get those tags. So how do you deal with that issue?
Mr. True.
Mr. Chairman and Senator, even in the comments that I've made, written and verbal, there are a couple of provisions that I would argue assist with that. One is the 2,000 acre requirement in order to monetize, as you say, a landowner tag, as well as to allow other public hunting on his or her land. But the real mitigation to that concern is setting a limit of, in my comments, it was referenced no more than 40% of the total available licenses in that area for that species. And if that occurs, if there are more than 40% of the tags applied for by landowners, then the commission has, again, I emphasize, the option to put those landowners in a separate draw, let them draw out 40%, leaving a majority or 60% for others to take advantage of the wonderful hunting opportunities we have in our state.
Yeah, and thank you for that. I do think that's a reasonable solution. Mr. Chairman, one other follow-up question, and it's on the 2,000 acres, and this happens all over the state of Wyoming. And so I've got a number of landowners that will qualify with 2,000 acres plus, but their neighbor is an irrigated hay farmer, and he's got a 160 acre alfalfa field. And so those 2,000 acres that have all those elk out there during the daytime, I'll jump the fence, and he ends up with all those elks on his 160, but he's not eligible, but he's feeding them. Just make no doubt about it. He's feeding just as many elk as the guy on the other side of the fence. And so how do you deal with the equity issue of the guy that's actually feeding the elk for a significant period of time? And I can take you down there tonight and I'll go show you this scenario, but he doesn't get an elk tag, but you do. And what do you want to, come on down, I'll introduce you and you can explain that relationship to him, because I'm not going to do it. I'm going to say, here's Dave's number, but how do you deal with the equity issue? That these guys got just as many elk on them. They're feeding just as much as you are on your 2,000 acres, but you get a tag that you can monetize for $20,000 and he can't. How do we deal with that?
Mr. True, please.
Mr. Chairman and Senator, I can't answer that. I would guess that's an unanswerable dilemma. In our state, in our hunting regulations, in our hunting laws, we have inequities already built in. The person that has 159 acres, they possibly, especially if it's sub-irrigated bottomland, they're supporting a lot of elk in our situation, even more so than somebody who might have 200 acres or even 640 acres of dry, high Laramie Plains country. And so there are inequities in life. There just are. And we can't legislate all the solutions to those. And so I don't have an answer and I don't have a solution.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. True. Committee, I'm going to go to Senator Boner here next, but I would like to remind you, we are 40 minutes behind. If we end up 60 minutes behind, I will get grouchy. So Senator Boner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First time talking this morning, I'd point out, but
So I think that's a good point. And following up on that line of questioning, what's maybe one solution is to do something similar to what we do with property taxes, where you have to earn a certain amount in, say, agricultural production to qualify for the ag category of property tax. Do you, Mr. True, do you have a good or assessment of, you mentioned the folks who would be between that 160 and 640. If we were to put a requirement in to qualify that you have to do X amount of sales with agricultural products, what, do you have an assessment of how that may limit some folks, or what the impact of that would be if we had that additional element?
Mr. True, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, I don't know how you incorporate that. I'm a real supporter in that in the property tax laws and regulations. I think that's a really good thing. But in this situation, it's pretty tough for somebody with 160 acres, or in some instances, even 640, to demonstrate that they get a notable amount from agricultural related sales. I just, that might be a sticky wicket to go down.
Thank you, Mr. True. Thank you, Senator Boner. Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. True, for coming down and providing your thoughts on this. So a question, I just wanted to get your perspective because it was one of the issues that we talked about on the task force, recognizing the intent, I think originally of the landowner licensing. And then the discussion was if we allowed or enabled landowners to then market those tags, what would it look like if they were then disqualified or forfeited their opportunity to claim damages? So removing the ability to claim for damages if the landowner licenses were indeed marketable. Just wanted your thoughts on maybe that idea.
Mr. True.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question, Representative. I wouldn't necessarily support that. Anybody in Wyoming who operates a commercially viable range operation fully understands that no current compensation offered by the state, even if you take advantage of fencing or hay stackyard fencing or hunter coupons, none of those come close to compensating the landowner for supporting the state's wildlife. One of the things I like about this provision is it does allow the landowner to recover some of his expenses, his or her expenses for carrying the state's wildlife, but not at the expense of the state. The state and the commission then would not have any responsibility for that amount of monetizing, but it does help the landowner and even with the opportunity to market 2 landowner tags. In most cases, it still won't fully compensate the landowner, in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. True. Committee, any other questions? Seeing none, I really appreciate that. For those following the agenda, that does bring us to the end of our end of that topic that began at 8:35. And so we are going to now open it up for public comment. When you come make public comment, we've talked about a number of topics. So please introduce yourself, reference what you're going to speak to us about, fill the chairs so we can get efficient with this. And I will let you know, only done this one other time in my young chairman life, but I will be limiting public comment to 2 minutes. And don't take offense when I interrupt you. Certainly some of these committee members will stick around afterwards. I'm happy to stay late into the evening if you want to have more chats about this once we adjourn, but Please be very aware that we already are about an hour behind, and I want to get to everyone, and I want to get to the next two agenda items as well.
And Mr. Chairman, just for efficiency, I would ask that those who wish to comment online raise their Zoom hand so we can begin that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and I will go to Zoom after we have public comment from the room. And so when we get there, we will remind them to do that. Thank you, Mr. Fuller. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be very brief. First, I would say that Wyoming Stockgrowers, Jim McGagnon, Wyoming Stockgrowers Association, we generally certainly endorse the concepts put forth by Mr. True in his presentation. I think the numerical things in there need much more discussion. We may find a common ground that is very different than that. So the two things I would put on the table for today, to be very brief, is we're not going to solve this problem today, but I think there are two things. One, if you read the current statute that authorizes landowner licenses, it states that that can be done by the Game and Fish Commission in order to have adequate habitat. And I would point out to you that I think virtually every landowner in Wyoming manages their land both for their benefit and for the benefit of wildlife in a manner that enhances habitat. So perhaps some recognition in statute as a beginning that landowner licenses are intended to reward landowners for their contribution, not just be an enticement to create habitat. That might be one thing to be looked at. The second thing, when you talk about landowner licenses, of course, access is an important part of that. I think that has to be a critical part of the discussion as well. As has been mentioned, this topic is also in front of the Joint Ag Committee. We were the ones who brought that to Joint Ag Committee, feeling it certainly is an agricultural property rights issue as well. Given the complexity of it, and I know the diverse opinions, I would just quickly recommend for your consideration that perhaps constituting a task force in conjunction with the Ag Committee, representing both committees and some key perhaps constituents, to work on this issue and come back with something might be the way to proceed. What I hate to see on such complex issues is that this committee goes down one path, the other committee goes down a different one, and then we leave a battle in the legislative session that hopefully could be addressed appropriately before we ever get to the session. With that, Mr. Chairman, I do think this is critical that we show landowners we mean something, but it's got to be done in a way that is fair and beneficial to the sportsman community, particularly a residential sportsman. And so with that, I'd be happy to take any questions, but I leave it at that for this early stage.
Thank you, Mr. McGagnon. That is 2 minutes and 20 seconds for those that are paying attention. Questions? Representative Worf, please. Questions?
Make it real quick, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Mr. McGagnon, how essential do you think landowners are to the recovery of our mule deer population that's just at about 50% of what the state would like? How critical are the landowners in that recovery of our mule deer herd?
Mr. McGagnon?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Worf, I think they're extremely critical. If you look at the land ownership patterns in Wyoming, it doesn't matter whether we're managing wildlife, managing livestock, managing forage production. We can't do it when we draw lines that represent physical ownership. We've got to do it with more of a unitized approach that says we all work together on these things and accommodated each other's interests, but not drawing boundaries based on land ownership.
Thank you, Mr. McGagnon, for that. Who's up next?
The battle of who has to go next. Brett Moline, Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation. Longstanding policy for my members supporting this concept. I like the idea of people coming to the table and getting the details worked out before it goes much farther. I do have to echo what Mr. True said. Whenever you draw a line, you're going to have winners and losers. That's just the way it is. I don't know how to fix that. But sitting in support of this, recognizing this is going to be in front of the Ag Committee next week, be able to have more discussion on it there. Sitting in favor of this concept. With that, Mr. Chairman, hopefully I'm under the 2 minutes and I'll take any questions you or the committee may have.
Mr. Moline, great to see you. Thank you for sharing that. Committee, any questions for Mr. Moline? Great to see you. Let's continue on, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Sabrina King with the Wyoming chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. It should come as no surprise to anyone that we stand in opposition of transferable landowner tags. It is in our founding charter as a chapter that we will oppose the privatization of Wyoming's wildlife. And fundamentally, allowing landowners to market these tags, regardless of what provisions you put around it, is the privatization of wildlife. That is not how we do wildlife management in Wyoming. And to drive that point home, I would draw the committee's attention to our game and fish statutes, 23-1-103, ownership of wildlife. For the purpose of this act, all wildlife in Wyoming is the property of the state. Talks about shed antlers. The statute closes with, there shall be no private ownership of live animals classified in this act as big or trophy game animals or of any wolf or wolf hybrid. Fundamentally, the wildlife in Wyoming is the property of the state. To transfer that property in the form of landowner licenses to private landowners to sell for their own private profit is privatization. That goes against not only our statutes as they stand right now, but our culture as a state. I understand the landowner concerns about hosting wildlife. However, I would point out that in the states that have been mentioned that have transferable landowner licenses, Idaho, Utah, Nevada, I would also say New Mexico is another one of those states. If you look at their damages compensation programs, if you look at everything else that those states do for landowners, they are minimal compared to what Wyoming does. We go above and beyond in taking care of our ranchers and our farmers and our landowners as they take care of our wildlife. The notion that we need to enable landowners to sell, market, transfer, whatever you want to call it, the wildlife in order to compensate for hosting wildlife, it just does not track with the data. It doesn't track with how we work as a state. So we stand in opposition to this idea and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. 2 minutes on the spot. I appreciate that. And anyone else in the room, if you're going to make any comments on our morning discussions, please come on up and fill these extra seats. Before you sneak out of here, the committee may have some questions. So let me go down to Representative Worf, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. King, I guess the question I have is, what do you think, what's your opinion or view of the commissioner tags and the governor's licenses that are marketed that these landowners are providing the habitat for and getting no compensation? Do you think that's also a violation of our policies?
That is a great question, Mr. Chairman, Representative, appreciate the question. I think that there is a difference in how those licenses are used, and I can speak from BHA's, I guess, our example. Our organization's received one commissioner tag that was raffled off. 100% of the proceeds, almost $60,000, went to opening up access on Raymond Mountain. Our organization kept none of that money. No one benefited privately from that. That is how most of those commissioner tags and the governor's tags are used, is they are used for the public benefit. That is very different than taking a landowner tag and making private profit off of it. However, I will also say that there are plenty of our members who would be absolutely fine if the commissioner and governor's tags went away because of that conflict, frankly.
Thank you, Ms. King. And if you're online and you want to speak, please go ahead and raise your hand. We're going to get to you here pretty quickly. Any other questions of the committee? Representative Campbell, you good? Okay. Thank you, Ms. King. Great to see you. Welcome to TRW. Please introduce yourself.
Chairman, committee, I'm Jason West. I'm with the Wyoming Mule Deer Alliance. And we also would oppose any kind of monetization of landowner tags for all the reasons put forward already, and would just like to remind you that sportsmen are very unified on this, and we will show up again to oppose it. And I have a couple other comments just as myself, not in my role as with the Wyoming Mule Deer Alliance, regarding long-range hunting and technology. And I empathize with Representative Erickson's concerns and share those, but I have different opinions of if long-range and technology is the issue, and I do not believe it is at any way. With Deputy Chief Benfett's presentation, there was several references to the decline of mule deer in this Mule Deer in Wyoming. It's that first page. It shows the trend of the mule deer population, and we're referencing 50% of an unsustainable level too. I'd like to make that point. But if you'll look at that same graph, harvest follows population. And since technology's improved, like mid 1990s laser rangefinders, the biggest technology advancement. No drastic increase in harvest.
Thank you, Mr. West. We really appreciate that. Committee, any questions of Mr. West? Thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts. Committee, anything? Thank you. Welcome to TRW. Please introduce yourself.
Brian Baker, I represent Wyoming Game Wardens Association. And our association is also opposed to transferable landowner licenses. We just, it goes against the North American model of wildlife management to monetize wildlife for private or personal gain. So don't have a whole lot more to say, but we're opposed.
Mr. Baker, thank you for that comment. Thank you for being here today. Anyone else in the room, please come sit up here. Sorry, Representative Worf, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask you the same question, Mr. Baker. What's your view and opinion of the commissioner tags and the governor's licenses? Because I guess I don't see a difference, but I know what's your view on that?
I would give you the exact same answer that there's a big difference between selling a license that goes to the greater good or goes to a wildlife project or an organization involved with conservation versus that money just being used for personal gain for an individual.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And so, but the statutory construct doesn't require commissioners or governor tags to do that. In fact, I'm aware of a number of times they've gone to museum foundations and boys and girls clubs and a whole range of things. So under that scenario, back to Representative Warsquiff, would you be supportive of restricting the use of the funds from governors and commissioner tags only for the purpose of supporting wildlife or wildlife habitat?
Mr. Baker.
That's a great question. I think as long as, this is my personal opinion, I guess, not necessarily our associations, but as long as it's going for something that's the greater good, or it's a charitable thing, I think I'm okay with it. But I'm not in favor of it just going into an individual's pocket.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. You thought you were going to get off easy with an 18-second public comment, and here you are on the hot seat. Representative Worf, one more.
One more. I guess, do you not think that landowners that are feeding our wildlife are a worthy person to obtain some compensation for the wildlife they're feeding?
Mr. Baker?
Landowners are critical in our state for providing wildlife habitat, and yeah, we greatly appreciate that, but it's not the Wyoming way to be able to sell a license to the highest bidder and that money going into a landowner's pocket.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Please proceed. Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you, committee, for having me, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I just wanted to echo a couple of the comments from the last few presenters and just say, my name's Alex Aguirre. I represent the TRCP, the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership. And I just wanted to say we're willing to work with landowners to find ways to help with all that they do to feed and give sanctuary to our wildlife before we go down the route of transferable tags. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you for that comment. Seeing no questions from Kidney, we appreciate that. Can we go ahead and let Mr. Sandrini in the room and anyone else online? If you're going to comment, please raise your hand. Mr. Sandrini, we had a little technical issue yesterday, but please go ahead and introduce yourself, and I hope everything's working.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm Joe Sandrini. I live about 10 miles north of Newcastle. I worked for the Wyoming Game and Fish Department for 33 years, first as a game warden and then as a biologist. And in that capacity, I drafted the original copy of the high-tech report from 2017 that was referenced. Appreciate that topic coming up. I would just like to point out a couple of things. First of all, fair chase, essentially what that means is allowing a game animal a reasonable opportunity to escape being harvested. reasonable, be up for interpretation. But that includes two things. One, it's the ability of the hunter to detect the animal. And second, the ability of the animal to escape once it has been detected. That committee, when we drafted that, essentially came up with 4 sort of hunting season type structures: primitive weapon season, traditional, modern, and then one that was basically wide open for management purposes. Since 2017, I think a few things have probably changed. I think there is an opportunity to perhaps address this with a limited range weapon season. Not only would participants in that be able to engage without having competition, so to speak, from the longer range folks, but as we've heard with the mule deer presentation, as subdivisions and things have expanded and we have game animals in and around towns, there may be some opportunities for a limited range season to be applied in special circumstances as well, to allow public harvest of animals where it may not be safe to do so with longer range weapons. So that's about what I have to say on that, and appreciate the time.
Thank you, Mr. Sandrini. Thank you for those comments. Committee, any questions of Mr. Sandrini? Not seeing any. Really appreciate those thoughts. Do we have anyone else online?
Mr. Chairman, I don't see anyone else with their hand raised.
Okay, perfect. With that, one last crack at the ball. Not seeing any. We're gonna go ahead and
on which we could build a conversation in the next meeting. Good points made with regard to, we absolutely want our game and fish department involved at a great level. We've got our commission already working on many of these issues. But I still think that the native out-of-state issue is intriguing, and I'd like to suggest that we take that up. We could do that simply by a motion to continue that conversation and ask for information to be brought back to us. If we drafted a bill at that second meeting, we still would have a third meeting. Mr. Chairman, you and I have a 1-day and a 1-day planned. So we could maybe squeeze in that effort. But my concern was, if we draft something and want to go forward with it, we may want to have a draft of something in that second meeting. So I'm amenable to either way, and just wonder what your thoughts might be on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would certainly entertain a motion to direct staff to draft a bill. And not having, don't even know where I'll land on my vote, but I do think with respect to the workload they have and the multiple committees they represent, I think it would be wise to get out ahead of it, because August is going to come quick and we only have 1 day right now scheduled, and certainly November will be coming quick too. So I'll leave that up to you, but I certainly would entertain a motion.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess I would make the same motion that I did before, which is, let's look at a couple of drafts, those 2 options that I had indicated before. That gives a lot of time for our department and for our commission to take a look at them, and they will obviously be able to provide testimony to us with regard to, you might not want to do this, you might want to do that. But it at least gets it on the table for a continued conversation. A lot of good stuff brought up already that we can have a debate when we get there. But I would make that same motion. Looks like the good senator who seconded it before would do it again. So
yeah, we do have a second. My good representative to my right. Right, we have a motion, we have a second. Have any further discussion on the motion? It's pretty vague, I understand that, but I do think that the 2 concepts were well presented, and I think that I want to just air the community and the committee that this is, I think, a foundation building discussion to have something with how quick our August meeting is going to come, and the fact that we are relegated to 1 day. So, committee, any discussion? Representative Wharf, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I guess I would ask, if we're going to kind of do a test, should we be possibly considering restricting it just to like one species, like I suggested, I know our deer herd's in the tank, our antelope herd's in the tank. But we do have areas where we have elk that are over objective. I know the department's trying to get those harvested. And so I guess if we're going to try a test, would you be considering to have it restricted to just elk because they're over objective?
Thank you, Representative Worf, for that comment and that comment earlier. I think that at this point, certainly I will default to my co-chair, but we will have multiple opportunities to amend these bills should they move forward. And I think I don't want to not recognize what you're bringing up. And I certainly think there's an unbelievable validity to it. But I'm not sure getting that specific right now is what I want to do. So, and I don't think it would be a friendly amendment right now. It doesn't sound like to the motion. So I think that let's keep that at the forefront for our next meeting. And when we do get to work the bill a little bit, we can have that discussion. If that's all right with you.
Mr. Chairman, I agree. I think there's plenty of room for all kinds of considerations when we get there. And bear in mind, we don't have to pass anything in the second meeting either.
Right.
I mean, this gives us a little framework that our department, our commission, and this committee can take a look at. It's a concept that I think is worth our time. So
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Representative Erickson, can you please get some of the committee members there in the hallway? We're about to take a vote, if you don't mind. Leave your briefcase here. That doesn't mean you can sneak back to Star Valley. But just get my folks back in the room for this vote, please.
those task force guys, they don't feel like they need.
Yeah. So for those that were out in the hallway, we are voting on a motion to bring some framework into the discussion that Representative Williams brought with this come home to hunt concept. The request has been for 2 bill drafts, very, very generalized right now. So with that, I will call all those in favor of my co-chair's motion to bring those 2 bill drafts to our next meeting. Please say aye. Opposed, no. That motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that. Committee, long morning, 11:47. Anything else from our wonderful Wyoming Game and Fish Department? Any other thoughts, feelings, directions, knowing we do have an August meeting that I'll have opportunity for bill drafts. But I do want to get out ahead of it out of respect for Mr. Fuller's time and the staff's time. So anything else from the committee? Mr. Co-Chair?
Just a couple of quick thoughts, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I wanted to thank Mr. True for coming over to DuBois today. Wanted to thank Representative Erickson as well. I think we give our commission an opportunity to continue to work. They're in the middle of discussions related to our landowner situation. That would be my suggestion. And we will, as chairman committee, we'll keep an eye on things. And if we need to put that on the agenda as we go, I think we're open to that. But I think the work will continue. And I just wanted to tip my hat to Mr. True for bringing time and effort to the issue. So
thank you. Committee, any other comments before we move on the agenda? I will have one last privilege here and thank Mr. McGagna for coming. And I think he brings up a good point. This is an extremely, and we learned from Mr. True, extremely complicated discussion. There's the agencies working very hard on it. It's different in all parts of the state. I think Senator Hicks brought up some very, very valid points that are really hard to wrap our head around. And I would caution our joint ag committee as they move forward and just recognize that this is going to be it was last session. It kind of showed its horns last session. And I think that we are in a situation that we need to be very cautious moving forward. And I do like the concept of maybe of getting a larger group together, as Mr. McGagna mentioned, to have this discussion. So with that, I am going to hand it off. We're going to close out that first part of the day, part of the morning, the whole morning. And we are going to go to a quick update from Mr. Fuller on corner crossing.
Yep. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, there's a topic summary on corner crossings is 9-01 in your online meeting materials. I'll summarize very briefly. The summary starts with just a general description of trespass law in Wyoming. For the criminal law governing trespass, I'd highlight 3 things. First, for criminal trespass, notice is required to the person before a person could be found guilty of criminal trespass. For the other 2 forms of trespass that are prescribed in statute, both require a specific intent to conduct an action. So for example, for the game and fish trespass, a person must trespass with the intent to take or hunt wildlife. For the resource data trespass, a person must have the intent to collect resource data in making that trespass. Also, for the game and fish trespass, the legislature made a change in 2023 to describe that to include language about traveling through or returning across the land. And then defining that as requiring physically touching or driving on the surface of the private property. In the case that I'll describe in a moment, both the Federal District Court and the 10th Circuit said that evinced an intent to decriminalize corner crossing. Is how both of those courts characterized that legislative change. Then for civil trespass, to succeed on a claim there, a person must show that the plaintiff was in possession of the property and the defendant intentionally entered the property. Intent is part of that claim, but a proof of actual knowledge that the land is private or that the person cannot enter is not required. Then finally, for Wyoming law, Mr. Chairman, I would just note 10.4.302, which provides that the ownership of the space above the lands and waters of the state is vested in the several owners of the surface beneath. Basically saying that the person who owns the surface owns the air above, subject to, for example, air flight. Mr. Chairman, federal law also plays a role in this corner crossing, as was seen in the case that I'll describe. The Unlawful Enclosures Act, which dates back to the 1880s, prohibits the enclosure or fencing or the assertion of a right to the exclusive use and occupancy of any federal public land. That act also says that no person shall prevent or obstruct any person from peaceably entering upon any tract of public land subject to federal law, and no person shall prevent or obstruct free passage or transit over or through the public lands. Various courts have held that this act is not limited to obstruction by acts of occupancy, but also includes obstruction of free passage by force, threats, or intimidation, and that the prohibition to the obstructing of access also applies to a transient obstacle or transit by particular persons on a particular occasion. The case at issue, Mr. Chairman, where this has come to the forefront involved a landowner and hunters who on at least 2 occasions corner crossed between the 2 parcels of private property, 2 parcels of intersecting public property. On the first occasion, they used poles on the private property to swing across to go from the public parcel to the public parcel. On the second occasion, they used a ladder, which was placed on both parcels of public land, and then crossing that from the public parcel to the public parcel. In both instances, my understanding is the private property was never subject to physical touching or the feet landing on the private parcels, but there was arguably an intrusion of that private airspace that belonged to the private landowner. So the landowner sued the hunters for trespass. The Federal District Court found for the hunters. And in doing so, the district court noted that although a private owner has the right to exclude under state law, that right to exclude is subject to any pre-existing federal law limitations. And here, the Unlawful Enclosures Act was such a limitation on that landowner's right to exclude. The district court also noted the legislature's change in the game and fish statute plainly demonstrated the legislature's intent to ensure that corner crossing doesn't constitute a criminal act. And the court concluded that the hunter's temporary incursions at the corners without touching the physical surface isn't trespassing unless there are actual damages that result from that intrusion into the airspace. The hunters appealed to the landowner appealed to the 10th Circuit, and the 10th Circuit affirmed the district court's holding. So the hunters win the 10th Circuit as well. The 10th Circuit started by noting that, yes, there is a right to exclude that the surface owner has, and that indeed the corner crossing may constitute a civil trespass. But the 10th Circuit said that federal law overrides this civil trespass regime. And the Unlawful Enclosures Act provides that any enclosure of public land is prohibited, and no person may completely prevent or obstruct another from peacefully entering or freely passing over or through public lands. The court noted that the Unlawful Enclosures Act prescribes the exclusive use and occupancy of any part of the public lands, and the act prohibits conduct that prevents or obstructs the free passage or transit over or through the public lands. The court said that Wyoming law concerning trespass is preempted by the Unlawful Enclosures Act. The 10th Circuit said that letting state law control in this instance would place the public domain of the United States completely at the mercy of state legislation. And I'll just read the last sentence of that opinion. The court said that the district court was correct to hold that the hunters could corner cross as long as they did not physically touch the landowner's land. The status of this case, Mr. Chairman, is actually still in flux. The landowner has asked for an extension of time to file a petition for a writ of certiorari to the United States Supreme Court, meaning that it's a signal that there would be a further appeal to the United States Supreme Court, meaning that the court could take up that case and further consider the 10th Circuit holding. Mr. Chairman, that's a very quick overview of this issue, of that case. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. We had this discussion when we were leaving session, and I can't thank you enough for all the work you've done to educate the committee with that and the materials in our packet that everyone has in front of them. Mr. Co-Chairman, any thoughts on this before we open it to the committee? I know you do have to sneak out of here, and I think that's a wonderful idea to go be with your family. So,
well, thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. I also wanted to thank Mr. Fuller for the information. It really, this has been an effort these 2 days to educate ourselves on all the issues that exist out there. This is one that was an interest by the committee to at least learn a little bit more about it as we went into the interim. There's a lot ahead on this. I know the Ag Committee is going to take it up, and they'll be working it. They didn't want us to take up the other issue. So we'll try to get together with our colleagues on that committee on a couple of fronts, but mainly just an effort today to know where this stands. And Mr. Fuller, you rightly pointed out, it's got a ways to go, and it's probably going to go all the way up to the top in the court system. So.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Really appreciate that. And with that committee, I do want to recognize Representative Provenza, who did bring a bill last session, and certainly give her, if she would like, an opportunity to comment right here, right before we go to public comment, and then maybe Senator Hicks with his mic on. But yeah, Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think the court's decision is overwhelmingly kind of what the House Bill 99 would have done. Although if we were to codify this to clarify for law enforcement, I think there's amended language that we need to put in. I think we need to move away from the terms of airspace, particularly given the court's decision. I'm eager to hear public comment on it because I think that will help us determine if we need to do that. I don't see WASCOP here today, but I have an understanding that there are some law enforcement that feel like they would like some clarification, but I don't know if it's necessary or not. And we don't see them here today. So eager to hear from the committee and mainly members of the public.
Thank you, Representative Provenza. We do have some of those folks online, and they are going to be, WISECOP is going to be online. Committee, any other comments? Senator Hicks, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and for Mr. Fuller, when you reviewed those cases, because the issue is not necessarily, I think that the court's on the actual corner crossing, but the act of corner crossing, you have to find the corner. And so in the finding of fact and the burden of proof is to establish where that corner actually exists. Did the courts opine on that particular issue? And I know, and my recollection is there was actually a USGS established benchmark in this particular case that the lawsuit was, because the corner crossing is nebulous as people think, well, I'm close to the corner, but could you, when you reviewed that, the circumstances that surrounded this was an established survey benchmark by the United States Geological Survey, but did the courts opine on that issue?
Mr. Fuller.
So Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, my understanding is that at where these corner crossings occurred, there were markers from, I think a couple were USGS. I don't remember if there's another agency involved. In terms of did that play a role in the court's decision itself, I don't think that specific fact did. The court was far more focused on interpreting the Unlawful Enclosures Act, whether there was an enclosure or some act of enclosure in this case that would implicate that federal law.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. Senator Boner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And along those lines, it seems like in this case, there was an attempt to
to put some sort of chain across, from the private parcel to the other private parcel to prevent the trespass from occurring. What role did that fact play in the court's analysis?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Boner, at least with the 10th Circuit opinion, they did consider the question of what was an enclosure. And I think there was, question raised about the placing of the, and I remember there's actually pictures in the opinion itself of the posts with the chains and whether that was an enclosure. So I think, Mr. Chairman, Senator Boner, that did come into the court's decision.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. All right, with that committee, I'm going to go ahead and open it up to public comment in the room on corner crossing. Public comment in the room. Go ahead and fill the chairs, please. We do have a few online, so please try to keep it brief. I'm going to stick to my timer here, but introduce yourselves, tell us who you're representing, and welcome to TRW. We'll start there we'll start on my left, your right today.
Mr. Chairman, committee, thank you very much. My name is Alex Bakken. I'm the elected sheriff of Carbon County, Wyoming, which is ground zero, so to speak, for the corner crossing debacle. I simply wanted to say thank you to the legislator versus last session as well, with some introduced legislation that attempted to clarify the topic of corner crossing and what it does and does not constitute. When it comes to enforcing Wyoming state statute, the more clarification, the better, especially when we deal with criminal repercussions for individuals, both residents and non-residents. So I would just like to thank the committee and thank the legislator for the efforts on clarification. I appreciate it.
Sheriff, thank you for coming all the way over to Du Bois from your neck of the woods for TRW. Really appreciate that comment and the good work that was done in that last session, even though that bill did not get out of the door. Representative Provenza, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff, given the 10th Circuit decision, do you feel like Wyoming's law needs to codify or put that into language for you to know exactly what your role is in corner crossing?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Provenza, that's a great question. When it comes to Carbon County specifically, our deputies are fairly well versed in this issue because it has been on such a forefront, and we're acting under the 10th Circuit's decision. But we're also very, very careful in ensuring that there was no damage or specific contact with said private property. As time progresses and new deputies take the place and this issue becomes more and more prevalent, I think more clarification would be beneficial, especially when it does eventually get litigated and go to court.
Thank you, Sheriff. Senator Hicks, please.
Mr. Chairman, a follow up on that. So Sheriff, and again, you guys have ground zero of this, but when you have your deputies out there and there's an instance, or say a supposed instance, a landowner calls and says, look, I've got guys jumping, and they said they're corner crossing, but there's no survey monument there. So how do your deputies then handle where exactly did they cross if there's no exact, based on what basis did they cross and say that's the corner that I crossed on and I am not violating any federal law or statute? You have to find the corner. It is a finite point. And so how do you handle that scenario when there's no U.S. Geological Survey monument mount on that corner?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, excellent question. And it's one that's going to be continued to be grappled with as this progresses. What we utilize in Carbon County, and I want to reiterate to the committee that I'm speaking on behalf of Carbon County, not on WASCOP or other sheriffs across the state, but we utilize whatever means we have necessary. And what that tends to be is mapping applications on the individual's mobile device, commonly OnX or GoHunt. If they can show that they took every reasonable measure to locate that corner and traverse from public land to public land, we utilize that as a measure of reference. I'm well aware of the limitations of said applications on mobile devices and that they don't always align with geological survey markers. But when we're in the field, we're oftentimes tasked with making the best decision we can with the information we have available at the time.
Thank you, Sheriff. Committee, any other questions? Thank you for being here again. Please, Ms. King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Sabrina King with the Wyoming chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. I'm going to complicate this further, so hopefully that will be fun for everyone, and I will try to be quick, but this is a wild issue. Fundamentally, when it comes down to it, with the decision not only of the courts, the 10th Circuit Court, but with the decision made by 6 Carbon County residents who were put on a jury and asked if corner crossing was a crime, said no. The simple reality is corner crossing is not a crime, period. If you do not touch the surface of the land, it is not a crime. So where I want to further complicate this issue is when it comes to this question of airspace trespass. So I would challenge anyone to find the words airspace trespass in our green books. It does not exist. It's not a thing. So when it comes to criminal trespass, with our hunter trespass statute, as has already been noted, you literally have to touch the physical surface of the land. When it comes to criminal trespass, there has to be some notice given or notification by the landowner. So I think the question when it comes down to how do you know if you're at the perfect corner, the reality is the burden is on the landowner to mark that corner. That is how our criminal statutes are written. The burden is on the landowner to mark that corner. Where this gets maybe further complicated, but also maybe easier, is that in the same year that we changed the hunter trespass statute, a bill that was brought by Representative Provenza and Senator Cooper made it part of the hunter harassment statute, so a crime to put up a no trespass sign that prevents legal access to public land. So a landowner, any landowner in the state of Wyoming can mark their corner, but they cannot do so in a way that prevents a person from accessing public land that they are legally allowed to be on. So there is a path right now for any landowner to say, this is the corner, this is where you have to cross. They can put a little marker there. They just can't prevent that access. When it comes to the question of civil airspace trespass, I would also just, for anyone who's nerdy and interested in all of this, what is not referenced in the LSO memo is a court case in Wyoming called Cheyenne Airport Board v. Rogers from 1985. What that court case actually interprets state law as saying when it comes to the ownership of airspace is that the ownership of the airspace is vested in the several owners of the surface. The court has said that means the several owners of the surface. So as public landowners, we also own the airspace. So it is not solely owned by the landowner, it is owned by the several landowners, which means that as we are crossing from public land to public land, we're not trusting in airspace in terms of the civil law. So is this complicated? Wildly. Do we probably need clarification at some point that says corner crossing, if you don't touch the surface of the private land, is not a crime? That would be helpful. It would be helpful. And it's wild that we have to lay out in statute that not committing a crime is not committing a crime, but with the complication of this issue that may be necessary. I would say that there is another bill that was brought by Representative Harshman back in 2011 that may also be helpful to reference in addition to Representative Provenza's bill, just in terms of figuring out what that language needs to look like. But as of right now, I will just say for the purposes of the public record, corner crossing is not a crime. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. King. Mr. McGagna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim McGagna, Wyoming Stockbrokers Association. First and foremost, I would say that we maintain our position that until the federal judicial process has culminated, we shouldn't try to do anything in Wyoming. So we need to know where we stand. If the 10th Circuit decision is overturned, that puts us in one place. If it stands, if it in fact is even heard by the Supreme Court, which I think is somewhat doubtful given their caseload, but if it is heard by the Supreme Court and upheld, then I think where we will be coming to the legislature need your assistance. And I'll be honest, I disagree with much of what the previous speaker just said, but would be in defining the parameters of it. Okay, as long as you don't touch the land, you can corner cross. If I provide a legal access to a parcel of public land someplace through the middle of my private land, do I still have to allow corner crossing? Or is it, as long as there's legal access, is that not necessary? If I can step over, can someone invent a ladder that can be put over that you can take a side-by-side or a four-wheeler or even a pickup over without touching the private? There's going to be so many things that will need to be addressed from a Wyoming perspective in Wyoming law, if and when we reach that point. And then we'll certainly be coming back to you asking for your assistance at that, if that becomes true, because there's a lot of it. If I control 4 corners, do I have to all access on all 4, or can I designate one for public access? There are a lot of things there. And then it also brings in if I hold the grazing lease on the public part, are there any constraints in that lease that would not prohibit public access, perhaps prohibit the amount of public access, the season of public access? All of those factors will come into play. So all I would say for now is that we need to wait for the outcome of the criminal procedure and then begin to look, if necessary, at how do we build the framework around this so it can work in Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Magagna. Committee, any questions for Mr. Magagna? Appreciate your comments. We'll continue on down the line. Welcome. For the committee, please introduce yourself.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Don Schramm. I represent Rock Springs Grazing Association, a management of the checkerboard for 80 miles from Tipton to Granger. We're well experienced in the issues of the checkerboard ownership. I'm also a professional land surveyor. And I will not debate the legality of a corner crossing, but I will debate the attitude of how you define that corner. The only agency that can define that corner in the checkerboard is the United States Department of Interior Cadastral Survey. It is not the landowners. You cannot occupy federal land and claim that's your corner. Only the king can describe his property. And in many corners in the checkerboard, you have everything from a very nice brass cap as involved in this court case. And then you have rock corners that may be unmarked, or it clearly has, this is a section corner marked on that corner. Or you have a wood post. It's all in the records of the GLO that may go back 120 years. So to walk up and say, this is where it is, and the most inaccurate is this thing by an Onyx. I could sit here today and say the Carter corner sits down there in Senator Hicks' chair, and I come back after lunch and it's going to tell me it's over here. You cannot go by this. And the comment I made to the authors of this, they retracted the accuracy of these things. Same with the most expensive GPS or GPS equipment. That only gives you a spot defined by a mathematical solution in the record of where it should be. The only place that corner is where you find it. And if it's not there, there is exhaustive procedures defined in the Bureau of Land Management instructions for public land survey, how to reestablish perhaps where the original surveyor put it. So it's not up to the landowner to say this is where it's at. So there's some serious debate and conflicts and some serious lack of understanding of this whole issue. And I appreciate the comment.
Thank you, Mr. Schramm. Thank you for your testimony often in front of TRW. Appreciate that. And good to see you up here in Du Bois and not down in Cheyenne. Senator Hicks, please.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. And the fact that when I look up and say that even GPS technology today it's on the best cases, it's plus or minus 15 or 16 feet. So it's very difficult. But yeah, so as a legal surveyor, we pull legal surveys all the time, but they start with one of those points that you talked about. Usually it's a set by the cadastral survey on that point of land. And if I got to do something over here 2 miles away, you still have to find that point to pull, quote, a legal survey, whether it's federal, private, or anything else between me and you. And so just explain the difference between the instrumentation of conducting a legal survey versus what we have on my phone and how that process works to find a legal survey between one landowner and another and survey a parcel out and the grade of instrumentation to get that done.
Okay, all the technology, and that technology can be me with a piece of lath and a compass, or the most expensive available Trimble equipment to bring it down within millimeters. The fact is, it has to begin where the corner is legally defined, or where that corner really is. I could take it out, and all that equipment does is give you a search point for a surveyor or whatever to go out and look around. Is there a hunk of brass there? Is there a rock? If there's a rock, is that really the corner? And biggest question is perhaps a quarter corner, halfway between a section corner. If that's missing, you got to go find the section corner, and then go by the rules of where that corner fit. If you have a missing section corner, you got to find this section corner, a quarter, and mathematically intersect it and then reestablish it. Again, all the equipment just tells you where it should be. And it may be 6 decimal points or within 4 feet. If you can trip over it, that's where it is. If you can define it, that's where it is. If you cannot define it, then you got to have a professional, either a government surveyor or a professional land surveyor, reestablish it by proper procedure as well defined in the courts.
Thank you, Mr. Schramm. Senator Hicks, follow up, you good? Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Moline.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee, Brett Moline, Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation. I'm assuming that you've all had an opportunity to read what my organization submitted to you. Certainly want to agree with that this issue is not settled at the federal level. Until it is settled, I don't think there's much that we can do at the state. So urge caution on making any changes to what Wyoming has. And one I would like to point out, though, is that there's differences on the burden of proving trespass if it's criminal, or I think it's hunting, fishing, or collecting antlers. If you're criminal trespass, the burden is on the landowner to show that this is private property and to stay off. You have to provide a notice of some type, verbal, signage, etc. But under the hunting and fishing and collecting antlers, it's upon the people that are hunting, fishing, or collecting antlers to know where they're at for several reasons. And I won't get in all those to try to stay brief, but I think the biggest point is this issue isn't settled at the federal level. Until it is, there's not much the state of Wyoming can do. One thing I would like to have more discussion on, because it's becoming more and more of a problem with the advent of drones, is more discussion on ownership of airspace. That's getting to be more and more of a problem. And I think the state of Wyoming needs to delve into that more. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would sit for any questions you or the committee may have for me.
Thank you, Mr. Moline. Committee, any questions? Reminds me of a bill Senator Jones brought. Thank you for being here. We're going to go online. So those online, if you can, we'll just go ahead and let them in as they are available, and we'll, as soon as they're up on my screen, we'll call on them. Mr. Thompson, please proceed. Go ahead and unmute, reintroduce yourself to everyone, and welcome to TRW.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Alan Thompson. I'm the Executive Director at WASCOP, which is the Wyoming Association of Sheriffs and Chiefs of Police. We have been monitoring the ongoing case through the 10th Circuit, and our membership hasn't really weighed in other than to ask for continued clarity. So far, prior to this case that we're talking about, local case law and county attorney direction has really prevailed in leading local agencies into how to proceed with cases such as corner crossing and other trespassing issues. And what we do know is that conflicting law, whether that be civil or criminal, can call those ongoing local cases into question and diminish successful prosecution. So we understand that the timing might not be right now with that 10th Circuit court case still proceeding, but eventually we would just like clarity and consistency across the board in Wyoming law. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. There may be some Senator Hicks has one for you. Can you hear us well?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Alan. And just to clarify, I think what you're saying is even irregardless of the disposition of the federal court, we still have a conflict in our statutes between civil and game and fish trespasses. Is that what you're referring to? Or is it just waiting with the final disposition of the federal case? Do you see that there's conflict between existing trespass statutes right now within just Wyoming statutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There appears to be, and I guess if you look at the different types of trespassing, a local sheriff's deputy could be involved in hunting to or trespass to hunt case, could be involved in a criminal trespass case. Those all have different standards related to successful prosecution on those. And this issue is not the same across the state. A lot of the southern part of the state has that checkerboard area issue, whereas a lot of the northern part of the state doesn't quite have that checkerboard issue. So there's many facets to this. I can't answer the question on behalf of all of our membership today, other than the fact that we are continuing to monitor the 10th Circuit case, and there appears that there might be some inconsistencies in Wyoming state statute across the board, considering the 10th Circuit Court ruling that we're working under now.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Appreciate that. Committee, any other questions of Mr. Thompson? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony and look forward to seeing you soon. Is Ryan available? Is he teed up? Please introduce yourself and let me remind you, we are about an hour behind schedule, so I'm going to be holding people to about 2 minutes.
I'll keep it real brief, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Ryan Semerad. I'm an attorney in Casper. I represent the hunters in the Corner Crossing case. So if you have questions, please ask me. I'm happy to clarify. There's a few things that I could correct. But the primary reason I'm here today is I think that I've always been taught in the law that if I give you the substance and you give me the procedure, I'm going to win every time. And that's kind of what I'm hearing here today is that there's a lot of conversation about how the sausage is made and not as much conversation on what the substance of this issue is. There's a lot of attention and interest paid to this issue, and I think that's because this has to do with public access to public land. And prior to this case, there has been complete opacity about that question, and strategically so. I think that landowners have taken advantage of this confusing situation in many instances to obstruct and prevent access to those public lands that are adjacent to their parcels, even though those public lands are held open for public use and are designed so. There's statutory protections and long-standing case law that says all of that. But I do, as a point of clarification, I'd just like to note for the committee, Mr. Fuller, I appreciate the generous reading the LSO provided to that case in the 10th Circuit. But just to make you all aware, on page 24, footnote 24 of that decision, they did not come out and say that your amendment to that hunting trespass statute at the 10th Circuit somehow supported this was not a trespass. To the contrary, they went with the airspace statute to say that under Wyoming law, we would assume, or we would make an eerie tech guess, which is a complex legal thing, to say that this is probably a trespass under Wyoming civil law, but it is preempted by the Unlawful Enclosures Act. Now, while you're all holding your breath for the U.S. Supreme Court to maybe change things, I will tell you that it's a very small chance for any case. This case has a slightly higher chance because of its scope and profile, but it's still a pretty statistically rare opportunity if it were to be taken up. So I think it's fair to operate from where we're at, which is federal law preempts any contrary state laws that would somehow prevent public access across the corner monuments. I would also echo some of the earlier comments. U.S. Geological Survey stakes are the gold standard. They're the standard. Wherever they are, that is the corner. That's what you should be finding. There are obviously going to be issues out in the field. The burden will always rest with either the plaintiff or the prosecuting agency, whoever's bringing the claim as a trespass. Certainly, if some group out there were to try to claim an easement, then they would have the burden, and that'd be different. But that's not what we're here. That's not what this case was. So, in any event, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm happy to answer any other specific questions you have. But I really wanted to just be here to listen and to be a voice of. I'm here. I've been doing this for 4 years on this case, so happy to help.
Thank you, Mr. Simrad. Really appreciate that. And thank you for taking time today to listen through the morning and chime in on this committee. Any questions? Representative Provenza?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ryan, can you speak to, there's been some dispute between members of the public and what in marking the corners. I mean, you said that the USGS is the gold standard. I know Wyoming law has, you have to fence out, not fence in sort of laws, but I'm just wondering if you can speak to like, what do the statutes say about what burden someone might have to prove potentially in criminal court to justify intent that they tried to harm or step on and trespass on someone's private property?
Thank you, Representative
Please,
Provenza and
Yep.
Mr. Chairman. The issue here is what Sheriff Backen just identified, which I appreciate him and I appreciate his willingness to listen and participate in this issue. The burden is going to be on the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt both that the person did in fact remain on or go on to private property and had the notice. That's our criminal trespass statute, and had notice. So that's where the burden is going to rest. And then as far as any conflicts, well, that's where you fix Title 23, and you have to step on the surface. So you need that contact. So this question though is always going to come down to, was there, I think the confusion itself that exists over what we do in these checkerboard lands is going to always undermine notice beyond a reasonable doubt. Jurors are going to be confused, and so too will the public when they're using these lands. Traditionally, we never had these issues. Every time this has been prosecuted as a trespass, criminally or civilly, from basically 1895 to present, it's never succeeded. There was one case, a Leo Sheep decision in 1979 that had to do with an easement, which again was not here. That's not the claim, that went the other way, and that's where the confusion came out of. But for the public's knowledge, for law enforcement, for prosecutors, I would say the burden is always going to be on the person claiming that some member of the public trespassed to prove they knew they were on private property and they were on or remained on private property, which is going to be very hard to do in this kind of situation.
Thank you for that comment. Committee, any other questions? Representative Provenza, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So given the court's decision, the unlikelihood of going to the Supreme Court, what would your recommendation be to codify the language, or can we rely on that corner crossing is legal and the processes that law enforcement sounds like they're using?
So in my day job as a criminal defense attorney, I speak to county attorneys all the time, prosecutors all the time, and I will tell you that virtually none of them will want to bring these cases. But as is, pre the 10th Circuit decision. That being said, I think the 10th Circuit decision is incredibly helpful. Assuming it stands or the Supreme Court decides not to review this case, I still stand with the law enforcement officers who say we'd like clarity. We'd like to have it just very clear, crystallized in our statute, so we can instruct officers out in the field, this is what we need to do, because we don't want to send them back with a 45-page 10th Circuit appellate decision and say, figure it out. It should be a lot more user-friendly than that, and same for the public.
Thank you. Thank you, committee. Any other questions? All right. Anyone else online? Are we all wrapped up? All right. With that, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment on corner crossing. Committee, do we have any action we want to take on this subject at this time? Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would recommend that we have a bill draft for the next meeting that clarifies the codification on that corner crossing is legal.
Take that as a motion. Do we have a second? One more, seconded by Representative Campbell. Thank you. Committee discussion on this bill draft topic, or Mr. Fuller, do you have any clarifiers? You're good? Okay. Committee, any other questions? Senator Hicks?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to resist support. I'm not going to support this motion primarily because I don't think this is purview of this committee. I think this is a legal issue that should probably go through the Judiciary Committee and not the Travel, Recreation, and Wildlife. I don't believe we're the appropriate standing committee to issue with this particular issue, and so I'm going to be a no vote.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. Committee, any other questions? Sensing your urge to vote on this bill draft request. All those, do you have something else, Representative Provenza, before we vote?
Yeah.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this has been a hot issue because these are our public lands, and Wyoming's culture is in our open spaces and in our wildlife. And while I can understand the concern about the criminal statutes, I'll tell you that this committee oversees sportsmen's access. And that's a big deal. And I think it behooves the state of Wyoming and our future generations to ensure that not only do we have public lands, but that we can access them. And so while I think that there's opportunity to maybe finesse what this should look like, House Bill 99 as it's written isn't perfect. But I do think that the people have spoken on this subject. They will continue to speak, I think, unless the court decision is good enough. And it might be, but I do want to respect law enforcement and ensuring that they have everything they need. So I think it is this committee's purview. And I think that when we do the work here, we need to think about what are we leaving for future generations, and ensuring that people can access their public land is something that I am dedicated to doing.
Thank you, Representative Provenza. Any other comments, committee? Hearing none.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator
just
Hicks, please.
While we're debating the issue, it appears now, I would say if that's the case, then that would make an argument for purview for the State Public Lands and Water Resources Committee if it's really a public lands or a issue and stuff. But I'm going to contend, back with much of the testimony, why it's highly unlikely that this may get to the Supreme Court. We do not have a final disposition. It's not the purview of the TRW committee to deal in the criminal and civil codes specific to these type of criminal or these penalty actions. And so I think we should stay in our lane, Mr. Chairman, and focus on what we need to work on and not deviate into where these other committees have standing committee jurisdiction.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. All right, committee, I'm not going to do a voice vote. I'm going to go ahead and do a show of hands. All those in favor of Representative Provenza's motion to request this bill draft from LSO and review it at our August meeting, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. That is going to pass. So we will review that bill draft at our August meeting. Appreciate that. Thank you, Representative Provenza. Representative Worf, thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, it's just something that I recalled from my past and I didn't notice. I know one of the things that we talked about is when we go back into session, these bills that we approve as a committee will have to pass both chambers. And how many senators voted no? How many is that, Larry? 3. So if we go off the standard that I've seen used in the past, Mr. Chairman, if 3 or more of our senators don't support it, there's a good likelihood that it will be an ineffective bill. But I'm not going to set that as a standard. I just know that that is a rule that we've looked at is, do we want to waste the time knowing that it's already got 3 no votes in the Senate?
Representative Worf, thank you for that. At this point, we're just requesting the bill draft to take it up in August. So I think your point is valid and it's noted, but at this time, I think we can have that discussion as we head into August and talk with our colleagues and the co-chair and I can discuss it for how it looks during our next meeting. With that, we're going to move on from corner crossing and we are going to go to Wyoming Lottery, 63 minutes behind schedule. Sorry about that. Please, we're going to have a presentation, I'm sure, and then some public comment. Those that drove a long ways, thank you. I'm surprised you don't want to stay for the lottery discussion, but drive home safe. We'll be right behind you. With that, let's let the room clear out here for a second, and then we'll welcome some lottery discussion. We will have very brief public comments, just general comments after this lottery discussion. So those that have been sticking around for 2 days to make those, I recognize that. But with that, please introduce yourself and where you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be here today. My name's John Klontz. I'm the CEO of the Wyoming Lottery, and I have Mrs. Jessie Defoe with me. She's one of our partners, lobbyists. And again, thank you for giving us some time today. I know how hard and long you've all worked here for the last couple of days. And we're here today just to talk about some safety concerns and access concerns for players. So As you know, the lottery was established in 13. We opened it in 2014. Throughout that period of time, we've established a pretty robust portfolio. We brought in some money to the state. We kept money in the state that was leaking out before. It's been real exciting, and we've had some stellar audits. Last year, we had a zero indication audit as we did the year before. So things are running along well. But as we continue to build the lottery in the portfolio, and I'll be retiring in a couple of years, I developed a 3-year strategy of things that I'd like to see happen before I leave or to get in motion. And mainly that is to continue to generate revenue, which is our primary mission, to stay competitive, to create fun, low-cost entertainment, pay those prizes back, keep the money in Wyoming, see Wyoming winners, and then turn that money over for good causes, and also to help retailers. But what we found over the years is when the odds were changed, when the multi-state lottery committees changed the odds for Powerball and Mega Millions, we saw much bigger jackpots. That's why you see these billion-dollar jackpots. And the good news for a state like ours is we saw a lot more smaller jackpots being paid out. So we started to have some actual winners on those multi-state games in Wyoming. But during those big runs, it also means that our retailers have to keep a lot more cash in their registers. They can have hundreds more people coming in. They make a lot more money, but they have to keep a lot more cash on hand. So we know that there's a prohibition on debit cards, and one of our goals is to try to get that prohibition lifted eventually. And again, 2 reasons: safety for retailers, and just in terms of access for players. I'm always asked, why do we have to make 2 transactions, whether these are citizens who live in the state or truckers or anyone else passing through? They can only use cash. And I think in the beginning, there was a concern about debit card, credit cards. I don't think I would ever recommend using a credit card, but a debit card is the same as cash. And so we're simply asking the committee to consider this whenever it has time to do it in the future, as we would need legislation to remove that prohibition. And that's what we're here to say today.
Committee, this is coming at us quick. Some people snuck out for break. Representative Campbell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question, just your perspective. I know, given Management Council's decision, I think, to establish a separate gaming and gambling task force, because this is a growing field that may require more time and talent than any one committee may have. So where the idea of lottery fits or does not fit, should this be a topic that is considered by that task force, that committee? Is it separate from? Just what your thoughts on where this actually should live.
Mr. Klontz, let me chime in there and then we'll run over to you guys. This is a discussion that we have had kind of during session. We really separated lottery and gaming. Gaming obviously has its new task force. This is a specific tweak they're asking for in terms of just some community safety minded issues. So while I do see the small relation, Representative Campbell, I do think that this, and it was without the co-chair here, we had long discussions about this and with LSO that this specific issue does fit in the TRW, and certainly something that we could address in the near term. But I would also welcome any other comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Representative Campbell. That's a great question. We appreciate Lottery being able to be here today to visit about that. Just something for the committee to keep in mind for any new members is that the lottery is the oversight of that's completely different than the rest of gaming. And so I think while they're trying to sort out that, the lottery is truly Wyoming's game, and it is a separate issue.
Thank you. Any other questions? Comments? Are you good?
I'm good. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
thank
Just
you.
to say thanks. It's been a great experience. You guys have always been great to us, and just a small favor we're asking for.
Okay, and with that, anything else?
When appropriate, Mr. Chairman, you can tell us, we do have a retailer online who would like to testify to this issue specifically. And so we're happy to yield our time or to wait for public comment, whichever your preference may be.
Yeah, we will wait for public comment for that. And there are a few, I think, and who knows who's last in there, maybe some in the room. But I would like to go over to Jeremiah. And I think at the end of this discussion, before or maybe after public comment, we might keep you guys around to help us formulate the specific language we need with Brian, if should the committee choose to move forward with that. Welcome, Jeremiah. Please introduce yourself to TRW. It's great to see you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. Did have a document passed out. This is simply an update to a document that we already provided to you shortly after I submitted documents to LSO. New numbers came out to counties from the Department of Health, which I'll reference here in my testimony. And so I wanted you to have the most recent data that's available. Mr. Chairman, there are really two things that I want to ask you to look at. The first of those, and I'm not going to ask for a bill draft, but I'd like you to begin to perhaps doing some research. And I think the three of us are here to be a part of that effort, and that is to begin looking at adding scratch games to our system. If you look at the contiguous states to Wyoming, Utah is the only state, and they don't even have a lottery, which is quite beneficial to Uintah County and Evanston. But they're the only state that does not offer scratch tickets. And I understand there's some history to that particular issue with the state of Wyoming and when we stood up the lottery, but it's an important piece of the puzzle, particularly as we're looking at trying to maintain sort of a steady revenue source for local governments, which is really where the bulk of or all of the revenue that's not reinvested back into the system goes. So again, I'm not asking you to put together a bill, but I do think it's worth beginning the research, and maybe we can work that over the course of the next 18 months or so. Mr. Chairman, maybe playing off of the theme that the lottery has brought to you, I wanted to bring to you an issue that we've identified over the course of the past few years. And that's really about the way that we have structured through our statutes, or perhaps not structured in our statutes, problematic gaming funds. I provided you a short document intended to outline a few things. First, if you look at the Wyoming Gaming Commission, there are really kind of three areas that they're responsible for: historic horse racing, skill-based amusement games, and online sports wagering. Of those two, or of those three, two of them don't, through their revenue, and I want to make sure I'm clear there, through their revenue, contribute to any problematic gaming efforts. Those are skill-based amusement games and historic horse racing. A couple of years ago, when you established online sports wagering, you put in place a statutory requirement that requires the first $300,000 of revenue to go to the Department of Health, which is then distributed to counties to provide. And I want to point out the particular language that says, for the purposes of funding county health programs to prevent and treat problematic gaming behavior. And that's what you see in terms of the two documents that I gave you. One is for 2024 and one is for 2025. A couple of things. I think the Department of Health would tell you that they feel like they're a middleman in an equation that feels odd to them, because they're really just a pass through. The Gaming Commission sends them money, and then the money is sent to the counties. The sheet that is provided to you are the distributions that have been assigned to the particular counties. And I really do compliment the Department of Health. I worked with them on this. We ultimately came up with an equation based on the population of 18 years and older, because that's who can get into some of these gaming activities in order to distribute that $300,000. What I will tell you is that those dollar figures aren't very large for some communities. And in fact, what we've seen over time is that a handful of counties every year deny the funding. One, because it's too small, and two,
they're not quite certain what to do with that funding when they receive it. Some would say it's too restrictive in terms of the statutory language. Some would say it's great. But just for example, in 2024, Campbell, Converse, Goshen, Lincoln Park, and Uinta counties did not accept their funding. That funding then goes back into the pot and it's redistributed. So you'll see that the numbers that are referenced for 2025 are larger than 300,000. It's simply because those counties didn't accept the money. It went back in the pot and it's now allocated back out. We've tried to do some things internally as an association to bring resources, and I appreciate what the lottery has done, the Gaming Commission, to give counties a list of potential things that they could do. We've tried to pair counties up, smaller counties perhaps, with larger counties that have much bigger buying power. They're going out to get resources and maybe we can put those other counties against them. But still, we are seeing that some counties are not taking that funding. Moving on from the Gaming Commission, the Wyoming Lottery, again, has been a great partner of ours in this effort, and a compliment to them. They have received certification through the National Council on Problem Gaming and are continuing to work towards higher levels of certification and classification there. They're doing that with the support of funding that you have specifically allocated from lottery funds. In particular, I provided you the statutory reference. $200,000 is set aside annually for those particular activities. What I'm trying to demonstrate to you is that we've got a lot of people that are in this space, and perhaps we could do better. So I am asking for some statutory help to do perhaps a few things. One, to consolidate funding to the point that it's necessary, because I do think that the agencies need to have some funds for the activities that they're doing, the certification that I just referenced, but do think that there is some need for consolidation. We need to determine who administers this. Right now, we have at least 3, maybe 4 different groups: counties, Department of Health, Gaming Commission, the lottery, all involved in this space. I think we would do better for the citizens if we had one entity that was responsible for that. It may be important to capture funding from the revenues of all of the players in this space. So adding in HHR and skills to that would be good. And then the fourth part of this is to perhaps clarify or expand what these funds can be used for. I think some of our counties would say the best use that they could use this funding for is through their substance abuse and mental health programs, which they are much more robustly funded for. But right now, the language isn't broad enough for them to actually do that. And again, I would argue that that's probably the basis of issues, the potential for somebody to get caught up in these sorts of activities that are detrimental to them, their families, and the community. So with that, Mr. Chairman, would request your support to help us try and clean things up.
Thank you. Senator Hicks, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so specifically on this issue, this was put in as an interim topic and management of council assigned it to the Capital Finance Committee, and it's on the agenda for next week in Cheyenne to do almost a lot, maybe 85 or 90% to look at what you just described some of the issues are. So I'm just wondering why you're bringing this to TRW when we already have a committee that this topic was assigned to.
Jeremiah, please.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I think all of us up here would probably say we're confused about who we should be going to this summer on these topics. I brought this topic to the TRW during the interim conversations during session. I thought it was going away, and then I was asked to come and speak about lottery things. That said, I'll be before Select Gaming next week. I'm very aware that Cap Fin, if I understand it, is looking at revenue, not necessarily problematic gaming. I'll go wherever, but we need some help, quite frankly, in trying to address this issue.
So specifically, the top is discuss the state's use, whether it's substance abuse or whatever, all of that. It falls within it falls underneath the topic that TR, yeah, it's the use of those revenues. And I think that's what you're discussing now is how are we using these revenues? And so, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not trying to discourage, I'm just saying this has already been assigned by Management Council to a committee to take up this issue. And I would, versus again, two committees kind of doing the same thing. And it's just, and I understand there's a lot of confusion these days in the legislature. So I understand your confusion, but it just seems to me that they're going to take this up, and it would be more appropriate if we're going to look at all of these revenue distribution things. This would be perfect for them to address that issue through that committee. And again, that way, Mr. Chairman, you don't get in trouble with Management Council.
Never want to be in trouble. Thank you, Senator Hicks. And I think just for everyone's knowledge, all of these subjects have been volleyed around for years, and ultimately they have existed in TRW. We spent time with Management Council, we spent time with partners, spent time with industry trying to figure out if we were going to take this up. And to your point, Senator Hicks, we also have a task force that meets next week for the first time. So I think it sounds like Jeremiah will continue to get volleyed around in this situation, but I do agree. This is a bit more broad than I knew we were going with. We do have directive from Management Council to discuss the lottery topic outside of the gaming world, and that was something that both the co-chair and I specifically asked for to solve some problems. So I think it's actually great that we did just get the education we got, because I think we're going to need to be brought up to speed, and it'll be really interesting to see what the select committee, as well as that other, that the standing committee decides to do, or sorry, the task force. So with that, I concur with what you're saying, and I do want to go to Representative Provenza, and then anyone else on the committee. I would like to also have an opportunity to open up for public comment and ultimately get back to lottery where our kind of defined role is for today. Representative Provenza, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and follow up to that question. I mean, from a gambling perspective, is it better to have more or less horses in the race?
Committee, any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, the answer is, are they historic horses?
It is not 1 o'clock yet. I do not want to use my gavel, but I will. Representative Campbell, brief, please.
Use it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a question noting the separation, I mean, lottery from, would the recommendation be in terms of that problematic gaming? Because I can see lottery having, similar effects or impacts in that space. So would the recommendation be that lottery also contribute to the problematic gaming fund? Is the first question. And the second question is in terms of a more central point of collection and then distribution to counties. Is that something from your knowledge that the Wyoming Gaming Commission is equipped to do right now or not?
Please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not going to speak for the lottery, but I do appreciate that CEO Klontz and he's actually the first one that brought this topic up to me, that we have this pot of money that we have to use for problematic gaming. And then we piled on sports wagering and put it somewhere else. And it's just become a more cumbersome and clunky kind of thing. So there is a lottery connection here. If it wasn't clear enough in all of this, it's a bigger thing. I don't know that I'm suggesting it has to come to us. You ask about the Gaming Commission. I do appreciate that both the Gaming Commission and the lottery have staff that are devoted to this particular topic. I don't think that it would be anything that they couldn't manage if we were to say one of them should do that. I think counties, if we wanted to go through the mental health substance abuse programs, are equipped to do it as well. But I think collectively, and I've had conversations with both the CEO as well as the Department of Health and with the Gaming Commission, we all agree something different probably should happen.
Thank you, Representative Campbell. Senator Schuler, please.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's interesting, when I first got on TRW 6 years ago, we were the home committee for gaming. And we had it for a couple of years. I don't think we did a bad job, but it's been expanding. So then it switched over to revenue. And I was on the revenue committee then, and I thought that's where it really belonged. And then they apparently didn't want it, so they kicked it back to us. And I honestly think, I know we have the task force coming, forward, and I think that's going to be great. But I do think we need a standing committee that's a home committee for gaming, and I truly believe it belongs in revenue. Wouldn't you agree? That's the only thing I can say.
Thank you, Senator Schuler. Please, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, when I first got here back in 2013, essentially I brought what I learned from running the Oregon lottery, which is a huge lottery with thousands of VLTs that the lottery controls. I brought that Problem Gambling Council program with me. When we're paying out big prizes, we can also check to see if people are behind on child support. We brought that in. We've recouped a lot of money in back child support through doing that. We used to be able to look at felonies in Oregon. We don't do that here, but I mean, there's things that we can do. And problem gambling was another ancillary thing that I wanted to bring in. We put more in place than the statute required. And we put together a problem gambling council. My COO spearheaded that. And we brought in the Department of Health folks and some mental health specialists. We had a mental health professional on the board at the time and started having these council meetings. And then we used the money that we're required to give to the Department of Health. And I've met with the director a couple of times about using the money. We trained some of their addiction specialists because they have several of them, but specifically in gambling addiction. We've invited them to conferences so they could be part of the certification. So we've been spearheading and pushing all this along, but we've always felt that with the growth of gambling, because when I first got here, the lottery was it, other than some social poker and whatnot, that any gambling entity that functions in any state should be contributing to problem gambling, period, whatever they are. And whether that's skills games or anyone else, they should all be contributing. And where we run into some frustration is we're not treatment professionals. I'm always telling my guys, do not cross that line. We can't recommend treatment. We can't start. There's only so far we can go with saying we're going to have a problem gambling council meeting. Because frankly, right now, if we don't say it, the meeting doesn't happen. So my CEO drives that process, gets everyone at the table, and it's starting to take off a lot better. And people are busy. Some of them are not sure how they can use the money, as Jeremiah said. And I know that I get asked at times, why can't Chairman Gamroth, those of you remember Brian Gamroth, used to always say this when he was the inaugural chairman, why can't we get the money right to the treatment facility? Because I get asked, how come I can't use this for the, XYZ treatment facility in this county or that county? So I'm not sure they know exactly how they can get that money and then use it where they feel it's really needed. As far as the lottery is concerned, we don't care who controls the money. We want to make it. We want to give it to that cause. And I can assure you that problem gambling's probably spiked quite a bit along with gambling opportunities. And we did a survey many years ago that recognized that the problem gambling issue in Wyoming wasn't that big. We're doing a new one, and I'm sure that we're going to see that it's increased quite a bit for all the obvious reasons. But, as Jeremiah recommended, if there or pointed out, if there could be a central point where that's driven and that's clarified, the use of the money, and then that money is better controlled, better than we can even, I think that's what we're all trying to aim at, and we're fully supportive. We don't have to control it, we just want to turn the money over and we'll do our part in it, but we'd like to see it get where it needs to go.
Appreciate that. Committee, given the time and the two very similar but different subjects. And with Senator Hicks' point, and knowing that we do have this new task force form that's meeting just in a few days, I really think at this point we need to kind of hone in back on the lottery topic and and what was assigned to us by Management Council and what we agreed to work on. I don't want to cut anyone short, and I do know we have some folks online, but any other questions of these three individuals before we go ahead and open up for public comment? Seeing none, let's go ahead. Anyone in the room that would like to speak on these? Not everyone at once. Okay. Let's hop online and I think that Ms. Sandoval probably heard a lot of that. And so she, who has, we talked about this topic during session about where this money is going. I would certainly like you to discuss it, but know that we are going to really concentrate on a kind of a specific finite issue in the lottery side if the committee has the desire. But please proceed.
Good afternoon, committee. Mr. Chairman, my name is Stephanie Sandoval. I am with the Department of Health, and I know the committee is short on time, so I will be very brief. I appreciate the sentiment that was offered by the Lottery Commission and by Jeremiah, and really I'm here to just say the Department of Health does have a very minor role in this. It is to distribute the funding to the counties. I think when this was originally set up back in 2021, this funding distribution was modeled after how our prevention funding works, where we make funding available to counties to address specific issues, that is substance misuse, tobacco prevention, and suicide prevention. So I think from a historical perspective, and some members of the committee may also be familiar with this as well, as to why the department has a role in this. I would also like to share that the Department of Health does not have a specific problematic gambling program. And so we really are just that middleman making this available to counties. We're happy to do it, but we also agree with what was expressed earlier that it may not be the most efficient way to get the funding to the counties. So with the focus being on the lottery portion, I will stop there, but I'm also happy to answer any questions. And I will be among the others that are being volleyed around the different committees. So we'll be sure to attend those other committee meetings as well. So with that, I'm happy to stand for any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Sandoval, thank you so much. And me and the co-chair did say if ultimately this task force wants to move forward with anything, we are more than welcome and willing to address that, and are not running from the work, but certainly understand, as Senator Schuler mentioned, it certainly has enough in it that it could be its own standing committee moving forward. And I hope that is considered in future weeks. With that, anyone else online? I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. I'm going to take a quick privilege just before Jeremiah sneaks out of here. I think it's great that Wyoming County Commissioners Association is actively participating. I think it's really great that you came to this meeting. And I also think that it's, we didn't hear from WHAM, but I appreciate you driving all this way, and sorry you got to go to another one to talk about more lottery, but thank you for representing our counties at our legislature. And I think it's phenomenal. With that, I'm going to take the temperature of the committee. I would like to move forward to help lottery out with the specific issue that was brought. I purposely, it's a pretty vague issue because it does deal with large sums of money. And with that, I guess I would, if it's all right with everyone, to ask you guys specifically, if I were to move a bill draft request to LSO, can you briefly help Mr. Fuller out with that? Or do you have, your specific issue relating to debit cards and large quantities of cash? Is there something you can kind of tee us up for, so I can make an appropriate motion if necessary?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yes, we would defer to you and the LSO staff. We believe that you would want to look at 9-17-108. I believe it's the second one in there that just references that right now no debit cards are allowed. And so that was one, just a cashless option there would be very beneficial for not only the security, but modernization for players.
Thank you for that. And committee, that is the motion I will bring. And the reason I'm going to bring it is because of these, it's a safety issue, community safety issue with these large pots of money that are now in the Mega Millions and the Powerball and the different things. These small convenience stores are ending up with a lot of cash. So I will make that motion that we ask LSO to draft a bill to allow debit cards for that. And Mr. Fuller, it's 9-17-108. You're good. Yeah, of course you're good. And with that, I would love a second if we haven't. If not, we can all go to lunch. Representative Thayer has seconded. Let's open it for discussion. Any questions, committee, on this specific? Senator Schuler, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll make it brief. And I stepped out when you guys talked about it, but I will tell you this, a number of our folks that come over from other states, particularly to the west of us, some of them don't know this cash And so every place I've ever been, if it's cash, they just go right to the ATM and get the cash. I don't think it deters one way or the other to have the debit card. So if I thought it did, I would say, maybe I'd vote a different way, but I don't see that making a change. And I think the safety issue and the fact that when it gets very, very high, some of those, Mega Millions and some of those, it's a little dicey in some of the convenience stores and places that sell those. So I think it's a good move.
Thank you, Senator Schuler. Certainly Representative Wharf, living in your neck of the woods, has a thought. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the question I have is, I think the big concern is how do we ensure that we're not getting on a slippery slope where in a couple of years you're going to be down here saying we need to allow credit cards? Because I think that's the biggest concern. I think that's why they said no initially, was they didn't want to set that stage where you could use the plastic. Yeah. And so I guess that's a question I have for you is, do you have any concern? I know, sir, you mentioned Oregon. I mean, I don't know that much about the lottery in other states, but I'm assuming that that's the reason why is there was some concern about making it to where it leads to credit cards being utilized.
Please, I would welcome a brief thought there, and I do recognize that concern, Representative Wharf.
Mr. Chairman, Representatives, great question. And also back when we were looking at this years ago, there were concerns over who would pay the fees. And that was the big reason I was given. But we would work through paying the fees for the retailers. So we'd work through that. I think something like 43 states allow debit cards. It's just part of modernization and access for players. I think most people understand and use, people don't carry cash anymore. COVID propelled that. Also, I didn't mention this, but we also think we're leaving 5 to 7% revenue on the table by not allowing it. So that's another, not the most important thing. The safety is. To answer your question, personally, I would never, ever ask anyone to allow the use of credit cards. I think it's a bad idea. I would never advocate for that. Even if I was getting pressure to generate more revenue, I couldn't see myself doing that. I think that the legislature has the power to say no to that kind of stuff. And I would expect that you guys would. I would certainly never bring that request. And I think the board shares that feeling. That would create serious problems for people. But I think the fact that, you can't use your debit card unless you got the cash available. And we have, through something called a BOSS system and through our great chief of security, we have ways of recognizing when someone tries to use a credit card or when a retailer tries to allow someone. We can find that out and stop that. And we take the appropriate action. At times when we see a small fraud issue, we get the police involved. And we've had a couple of those minor issues. When people try to steal tickets or whatever. So if someone tried to sneak through and do it, we've already got really good security measured in. But in terms of making it a lawful process, we would never ask for it. And I would imagine it wouldn't get anywhere if whoever comes after me tried to. But I certainly wouldn't. You got my word on that, and no one that I work with would.
I really appreciate that. Thank you for that. I thought Representative Wharf was going to find a way to talk about a mule deer there, but he didn't. Sensing the committee's urge to vote and go to lunch and drive home or wherever everyone wants to go, I don't want to cut anyone off. Any more comments on this proposed request for bill draft? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. That motion carries. We'll have a bill draft for our August meeting. Appreciate that. Thank you both. Appreciate that. Committee, it is 1:08. There are briefcases packed. I don't have far to go for the first time in a committee meeting, so I'm happy to stay. Got one mountain to pass over, but I do want to honor those folks that have stuck around. We've got to wake Representative Winters up and back, but those that have stuck around and want to comment on anything TRW related to these our first meeting, knowing that we will have another meeting in August. Just general TRW topics, please come fill the chairs, introduce yourselves and talk about your subject. And just like the entire day, not specific to open public comment, but please try to keep it brief. I will start my timer. So please welcome. Thank you.
I know we're all anxious to get out of here today. Thanks to everybody, chairman and committee members for allowing me to be here today. My name's Kristen Combs. I'm the executive director at Wyoming Wildlife Advocates. I just wanted to bring up the fact again that we still, while this committee did some hard work on getting Bill 275 passed last session, we still have a large amount of people in the state that are seriously worried about the topic of killing animals with vehicles. And that's something that I keep hearing about over and over again. It's not really a political issue. This is not a red or blue issue. This is a very focused issue on cruelty. And if there's one thing that I've seen that have brought both sides together for across the aisle, it's always cruelty. Like, people are just hands down against it. You know, there's other states like Florida and Nevada that have rural populations and strong hunting traditions that have recently passed some really strong animal protection laws. And, you know, I think Wyoming would behoove itself to follow that lead. Wyoming voters are not voting to you know, vote for cruelty, and we are a humane state. We're a state that values life, and we value our land and wildlife. And that's exactly why a lot of us live here, is because we do value that. And I think right now we're getting this really black eye, and we still have this, you know, cloud over top of us that has not gone away and is not going to go away until this issue is solved. And so I would either recommend that you take up this issue in the interim, or vote yes on any bills that come across your desk as the session moves forward and the interim moves forward. And it's just common sense legislation that I think would really look good for Wyoming to lead the way on. So.
Ms. Combs, thank you. And thank you for being live. It's great to see you, and on our side of the state, on the west side of the state. Often we see you on Zoom. So great. Thank you for joining us today and sticking it out. Committee, any questions of public comment? Any further public comment? Anyone online for public comment? All right. Really appreciate that. With that, we are going to close public comment. Sorry, Representative Worf, we can talk about it after. And I just, the good co-chair reminded me, just for everyone's knowledge, to send this back to Mr. Fuller to kind of go over a quick recap of what we've done, and also remind us of our next meeting date and anything else housekeeping related. Please get your sheets in to me for signature if you haven't, but Mr. Fuller, please proceed.
Yep. So, Mr. Chairman, the committee requested 7 bill drafts at this meeting. First, a bill draft to allow the use of lottery proceeds for outdoor recreation purposes. Second, a bill draft to grant authority to the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources to charge trail use fees. Third, a bill draft for the State Museum to have authority to charge fees. Fourth and fifth, bill drafts that would provide hunting licenses, and I'll just use kind of the Montana vernacular, a come home hunting license fee or license, and then a non-resident native license. Sixth, a bill draft to clarify corner crossing and that status. And seventh, a bill draft to allow the use of debit cards to purchase lottery tickets. Mr. Chairman, the next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, August 19th in Casper.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller, for all that. Committee, it is 1:13. Representative Worf, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to take a bunch of time, but I do want to make sure that the committee's aware that the Ag Committee is meeting next week in Powell on the 10th and the 11th. They're going to be talking about the license issue on the 11th. And I'm pretty sure that's probably why Representative is here as the chairman of Ag. But I would encourage anybody that can make it, because I think this issue is not going away. And I think if we're not united, we're going to see this committee versus that committee. And I tried to get us all to meet together at once, was unsuccessful in doing that. So I would just ask people to, if they can, to attend the meeting in Powell on the 11th. And I don't know if John can tell us where it is. I don't remember exactly where they're meeting in Powell.
Thank you, Representative Worf, and certainly would welcome the good representative who stuck it out today to discuss where the meeting is and keep it pretty narrow to that. It will be certainly published on the LSO website too, that on top of that agenda. So Representative Winters.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right now, that committee meeting will be at the college in Powell at the Yellowstone building, I guess it is, or office or something. So we really encourage all of you to come if you could. That's one reason I came, is to learn what was going on with the TRW committee relative to these licenses. So, and I think I got quite a bit of information, but it is a very contentious issue, and we need to do what we can to make it work for everybody. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I've had the opportunity to talk to Representative Winters, since session, and we've gotten to kind of volley this around. And certainly I agree with Representative Worf. We did try to consider meeting together. I think it would have been a bit of a big ask for LSO and other topics. But if anything, what I learned today, it's how complex of an issue this is. We had an individual come in with a complete separate set of ideas than the department said, than what we all even think. So I look forward to watching the Ag Committee work through that. And I hope they dedicate a lot of time, put a lot of thought into the complexity of this. With that, Senator Hicks, you're green. Go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would concur with that. Is the last thing we want to do is have competing bills, or Ag bill gets assigned to TRW. And so, if you can work with the chairman and even just forming up an ad hoc subcommittee of the two, I think would really behoove us as members of the legislature. And knowing the difficulty to get anything introduced, the more ownership that you have amongst committee members, all of a sudden we've got 26 people that have been involved in the process, much higher likelihood than spinning our wheels for another year. So that's between you and the other chairman, but I would encourage you guys to have that discussion about maybe setting up, I think Senator or Representative Worth earlier said, maybe it's a subcommittee, but.
Thank you, Senator Hicks, and Mr. Representative Winters and I have discussed that exact topic. Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you could just leave it to me to do. I'm on both committees, so I'll just do it.
Okay, sounds like you've voluntold yourself. With that, thank you. Thank you, LSO. Thank you, everyone. This meeting is adjourned. Please drive safe. And if anyone wants, there's not anyone left, but if you want to talk, I'll stick around because I don't have very far to go. Thanks, everyone.